one final problem with the chat today. One final forgot to refresh the cache of chat, so it's not showing up on stream for the road.
Best job.
One moment, I gotta do this on this one too as well. There we go. But yes, it is the final stream. The actual, for real final stream.
The finale, if you will.
What was that accent of finale, right? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
For a moment, I worried, right?
I'm so sorry. There's no way, right?
Yeah, it was just that brief moment of, have I been saying this the wrong way this entire time? Wait. What a journey it's been, though. What an absolutely incredible journey from beginning to end. From our humble beginnings in the Fade route to the action and just conflict of Unlimited Blade Works to the craziness of everything that happened in Heaven's Fields. But we made it. We're here. We're here and now.
Somehow, we survived and we're on the other side of it, looking back at all of the adventure that we've had.
And there will be time to say this kind of stuff, but I do want to preface anything else in this stream by just saying thank you all so much for being here from beginning to end. Anyone who joined in the middle, anyone who has been here since the very beginning, anyone who this is the first time they're hearing this in the future when the stream is over and this is just a video, you know? It has been a journey and it has been made all the much better by having people supporting us and just excited to go on this journey with us.
This wouldn't have been nearly as fun to embark on without the people who have been, either, I was going to say showing up every week, but even the people who've only ever caught one stream, it's just that encouragement, but really just people like watching.
I've been doing this stream for a long time because you kept getting recommendations. You haven't been following it recently, but we are awesome. Thank you so much. That's how you found the channel. Thanks for streaming FSN. It always makes you happy seeing other people get into it. Yeah, exactly. See? This is exactly what I mean.
This is exactly what we're talking about.
That is the clearest example right in front of us of what we were talking about, and I love it.
Yeah, for real. I don't know. It's extra fun knowing that I've had a wonderful time with this, and that me having a wonderful time has been a wonderful time for the people watching.
Also, thank you, Arukana. We pride ourselves in the trans Shirou headcanon and the crazy little reads of or takes on different characters, and maybe a little bit of an obsession with some headcanons as well, you know?
I don't know what you're talking about, Transhinji.
Faye with the rare non-foreshadowing smiley face, yeah.
Just a real, actual smile.
That's not something you can get just reading on your own. Sometimes maybe a little bit, but yeah, like the back and forth between us and chat and like thinking about certain things and like making jokes that then became less jokes has been a huge part of how we have been interpreting some characters too.
And also just like, I feel like the back and forth is excellent because it helps us decompress from when this at the end like genuinely like rocked us.
Yeah. I have mentioned this before, and I am going to just say it again. When we began Heaven's Field, I knew like a bunch of things that were going to be happening, and I was like, I thought like, oh, I hope Anya, it will be okay, especially voicing both Sakura and Senji. That's like a heavy load to have, right? And somehow I ended up being the one that was like significantly more squeaked out at various points in the route.
Oh, how the turns tabled upon us.
How the turns tabled, but it was wonderful. Always nice to find a streamer who was able to really dig deeper into the game and find things that even though you didn't notice at first. The commentary is by far the best part. It's great. Yeah, it's been fun. And it has also been super fun. Just, you know, I didn't know many things, but seeing Anya putting the pieces together of, like, Archer being Shirou, for example.
I never called that Archer was Shirou, except for once
A
privately
joke.
to you as a joke. I literally sent that fucking Charlie from Always Sunny at the conspiracy board, like, maybe it's Shirou from the future.
I really thought you were putting it out there as, like, a potential, like, genuine theory, not just a crack theory. And it took me until I saw you focusing on the idea of him being Kiritsugu to realize that you were joking back then.
Yeah. I'm still very, very proud about calling the Sakura thing in, like, the part way through the first route.
Yeah. Yeah, the experience of the VN and the anime is very different from what I've seen, which makes sense, but I do absolutely see why people would really want people to experience the VN and not just the anime. If you lose the internal fucking narration of Shirou, you lose his entire character. There is so much about that boy that you learn just because it's so wrong inside of his fucking, like brain, right?
Because, like, just based on his actions, he's kind of like... Yeah, he's just like, you know, he's a protagonist. Like, it's all good. But, like, understanding his reasoning for the way he acts adds so many dimensions to this beautiful jewel of a boy.
But we have been talking, jumping, and jammering for 10 minutes now. There will be time for more of that. Right now, I think it is time we get into this and actually check the last episode of Fate's Stay Night.
Indeed.
Oh my god! Sorry, I wasn't looking at anything and I didn't see that Sodani did a bonk, and it startled me because I heard the sound of the worms. It just happened to be a worm. Why is it always the fucking worm with the bonks?
You know why it's always the worm.
Do I?
Look deep inside your heart and you'll find your answer.
Yeah, that's where Zoken is.
That was the implication, yeah. Sorry about the periodic mutes. The emergency vehicles are out in force tonight.
Don't worry, hon. Hope everything is okay there.
Probably.
On that note, I am now streaming at you, and hopefully you can see that. Chat, you can also see that. Chat is on screen, everything is fine, everything is good. The Tide Moon splash screen is so nostalgic. Yeah. It is time for the end. We did all 3 routes.
All however many bad ends.
40 bad ends in total. We did the 3 mini theaters. We did the extra ceremony with Taiga and Ilya. And it is now time for the last episode. Lang. A beautiful sound. That light. Only that sound was something he could never forget all of his life. The sound of the bell that announces the commencement of battle. Her figure that made even the rough clanging of armor sound beautiful. Oh, we get to see Ryder too a little bit.
I ask of you, are you my master?
Also, we didn't see that the bonus you're talking about. I didn't know there was another Easter egg we hadn't seen. I'll check after this. That voice is still clear. The image wears away, but the sound is still etched clearly into his heart.
I've come forth in response to your summons. From this time forth, my sword shall be with you, and your fate shall be with me. Now, our contract is complete.
Oh, the headpats! Hey, watchdog! Yes, the contract was complete. She chose him to become her master, and he swore to help her with all of his might. The moonlight still lights up the darkness, as if following the night's example, the shed again falls silent. Each time he remembers it, he murmurs that name to himself. He has completely forgotten that blue light. The golden hair shone in the moonlight. Fate. In his final years, on the verge of a nap, suddenly he remembers that nostalgic sword. He cannot recall the correct order. His memories are distant and hazy, and all of his feelings from then are long in the past now. This is a story of the past. The story of him and her, only 15 days long, concerning a certain grail. Oh, fucking me, a fucking song.
In that case, I would have just died. It was not something you should have been hurt for. I will repeat myself. Please do not take such an action again. There's no need for my master to protect me, and there's no reason for it either. So if someone like that exists, they would be lacking something. If he continued with that missing thing, only tragedy would await. It does not matter if you say you do not want to fight.
Saber recollection is very good to end things on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong, Saber. Shirou isn't insulting the servants. I'm interrupting because the conversation won't go anywhere if you misunderstand that.
I should do.
That's why you fight, even though it's absurd to do so. You try to win even when you realize you have no chance of winning. You don't care if you die in the process. Because for you, though I don't know why, other people are more important than yourself. He was a fool. He couldn't save anyone by himself. To really end the war, it was obvious from the start what needed to be done. A certain man said this. Could he not fight on anyone, not kill anyone, not let anyone be killed? If he realized he was wrong, he must decide what he will make right and whom he will punish. No, I order you to come, Saber! With faint consciousness, he reached out for no reason. He didn't reach out to seek help. He just thought the sky was a long way away. In his last moments, that's what he thought.
That obstinate personality is just like you. Honestly, there is no need to answer now. I am your sword. Who else but me can become your strength, Shirou?
She and her sword were one. The sword from the stone that chose the king. The brilliance of the sword that decided her fate was her own brilliance. Her soul must still be on that battlefield. Before daybreak, resting her body in the wind under the indigo blue sky, she just gazed into the distance. A king is not human. One cannot protect the people with human emotions. Look, Saber, a date is basically a rendezvous. Shirou says he's going to play, but it's a chance for a man to appeal to a woman he likes. Saber's nape. She really is the ultimate wing woman, isn't she? But there were also things like this. Fortunately, the sky was very high and the wind was very cool. Even now, these clear blue memories live inside her heart. OMG, hi, Gilgamesh.
Haven't seen him all kitted out in a while. I cannot forsake my oath as a king. There is a duty I must fulfill as the king. King Arthur's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail. Even if I achieve that goal, I will not return to being Arturian. I have only ever had one wish. This wish was never changed since I pulled out the sword.
800 subscribers we just hit, apparently. What a stream to fucking hit the milestone. Thank you all so much, actually.
What a surprise. Boo.
Last we saw of Gale, he was giving Sakura indigestion. Yeah, he was.
I thought you would understand, Shirou.
That was a scene from many years ago. Oh, that's Merlin. You should think things through before you grab that.
No.
She nodded firmly, even when shown her future. Are you really okay with that? The Magus asked.
Many people were smiling. I do not believe it will be a mistake.
Oh!
It's never a mistake.
Now that we have the Unlimited Blade Works fucking ingrained, it will never be a mistake. This hits different, right?
Mm-hmm. It does. It really does.
Oh, man.
Their parallels are so fucking strong.
Oh my god.
I'm feeling such like an intense nostalgia for the Fate route. I want to reread it so bad.
Yeah. The girl only wanted to protect everyone. But to do so, She had to throw away the emotion of wanting to protect people. Because one cannot protect a country as king if one has a human heart. She accepted it and pulled out the sword. She accepted it and swore to live as the king. So her heart would not change, no matter how many times she was abandoned, feared, or betrayed. She threw away her human heart, because the young girl wanted to protect in exchange for it. Who would ever know of such a sublime oath? She chose to fight, no matter what the future may hold. Even so, she still chose to fight. Even if there was inevitable, solitary ruin waiting at the end. Yurei.
I told you that I'm the selector. If an appropriate person exists, I shall gladly give out the Holy Grail. For that, I wish to hear from you, Amir Shirou.
It is a living hell that's somehow familiar. No matter how much they ask, he cannot ascend. All he can do is to end it for them. He can only fix the contradiction of the living dead. He can only make the creator of this hell atone for his sins. The priest said this, the truth behind 10 years ago, that someone with malicious intent touched the Grail. The cruel reality that nobody could be saved. Sad events, miserable deaths, a disaster that has already occurred. Those things cannot be taken back. A hero of justice only exists to straighten out what has already happened. He can't stand their stares. He wants to run away from it all. He has no way to save them. He can only listen and has no miracle to grant them. He doesn't have enough power to deny that man's claim that a hero of justice is only so strong. I have no definite adversary. I have never wished anything for myself. Then, if I had a miracle that could save them, would I use it? I don't need it. I can't wish for such a thing. He stares straight at the dead corpses, and clenching his teeth, rejects them. Things lost will never return. His figure hurts her so much. What did she tell him? That she could not start a new life. She continued to refuse him, saying that she had a duty as king. Yes. She remembers the oath that she took a long time ago. Something she has kept to herself. She decided to fight. Even if it meant losing everything and being loathed by everyone.
I was the foolish one.
The oath of the king who still chose to fight.
I do not wish for the Holy Grail if it will dirty you. I already have everything I wanted.
Ah, the fate rod was so good. Yes, everything was there. Her pride as a knight and her oath as a king. Even the dream the girl Arturia wished for. Oh.
Fate's so fucking peak.
It's so hype. Saber!
That fucking face.
Yeah. The trust and love for him that has never wavered. Not herself as king, but the girl who could never protect anything, in the end, wholeheartedly became his sword. Anfang! Oh, that's... Oh!
God. I love the way her voice sounds when she delivers that shit.
Yeah, baby!
It's the grit in her shout. It's something special.
Oh, I love her so much! The morning sun rises. The halted wind begins again. A gold that seems to last forever. In it,
In the end, there is one thing I must tell you.
she says in a voice filled with determination. What is it? He replies, like always with his best bluff. She's facing him. She looks straight at him and in a voice without regret.
Shirou, I love you.
She says those words. Wind blows. He closes his blinded eyes and opens them again.
Oh, fuck.
There is no surprise. He saw this coming. That their parting would be like this. An open field fills his eyes. As the wind blew, the night disappeared. Just as she appeared, leaving no trace. Yeah, it really is just like you. There are no regrets in his voice. He squints at the rising sun, keeping everything he lost close to his heart. He stares at the horizon, wishing never to forget and for it to never fade away. A distant land glowing in sunlight, resembling the golden fields she ran through.
Man, the fade route was fucking peak.
This isn't a story to be told to someone. It's a small wish, like one made upon a star. It was a long journey. The time spent, the ideals pursued, and the life he tried to achieve must have been quite a burden. No matter how far he walked, the distance did not close. Without rest, without giving up, without hesitation, with strained eyes. He walked down that long road. His journey continued on and on endlessly. The reason why is very simple. Where should he go? What should he do in order to stop his footsteps? He should have decided those answers at the very beginning, but he apparently had not. Nothing is indestructible. No matter how durable a machine is, it will slowly wear away with use. Machines, bodies, and spirits are all alike in this manner. Everything will be damaged with time. Every time one looks at something, its color fades a little more. Therefore, even his heart, which did not recognize anything as painful, could perhaps finally notice after many years of repetition. even if your actions are meaningful. In the end, you yourself are worthless. Hope and despair are inseparable. Noble ideals become tiring duties, and in the end, a sordid obsession. What people idolize in childhood becomes a mundane reality, and though they may look back on it, they lose that respect. That is the correct mentality for anyone that's human. But because he was not correct, he carefully locked away his heart that could feel pain. His heart of iron was proof that he was a man of 10. Oh!
That's good.
Like this, the long journey could continue. In exchange, he felt less pleasure, but fortunately, he was not a greedy man, and he was happy to be rewarded once in a while. He yearned for something beautiful. He saw many people and towns. Beautiful things existed everywhere. But he could not encounter the starlight he had parted with on that day. The reason his journey did not end was likely because he lacked a goal, not because he lacked a goal. It was because he had not found what he was really looking for. But it was a satisfying life. Don't do this to me. It was a long dream. The curse upon her. The ideal she offered up, and the remaining end must have been quite heavy. No matter how long she slept, she did not awaken once. Not moving, not refusing, not wishing, while calmly taking deep breaths. She slept through that long dream. The duty of the king has not ended. In order to fulfill that promise, the king could not return to the time before the sword, even in death. Time passed, the country prospered, and the people changed. Even if there was no longer anyone who desired a noble king, that oath remained. After all, in order to make it so, she had been entrusted with many lives. However, the dream she got glimpses of was a sad one. She saw flashes of scenery from the depths of sleep. She wanted at least the voice of her heart to reach the lonely travels of the man who was now very far away. He may have stowed away his humanity and become a machine that merely repeated the same thing. His pain may not have been noticed by anyone. That's for you to read.
Is that Saber?
Yep.
But I was there, and I know his strength.
However, she had an eternal promise. If the past was unchangeable, then it truly was eternal. The king was eternally bound by her past oath and resolution. She herself was the one who could least forgive the act of returning to the way she was before pulling out the sword. But she wanted to meet him. Even if she slept for eternity, she wanted him to hear her voice. That is difficult. To begin with, your time periods are hopelessly different. The magus spoke to her. He told her that her wish was impossible. You could hardly meet by any normal means. To make that happen, well, it would require 2 miracles. One must keep waiting, and another must keep pursuing. You must bear it for a terribly long time, even while believing it to be impossible. I hate to say it, but it's a pipe dream not worth wishing for, don't you think? The magus asked her. It was impossible. Whether or not it could come true, or whether or not she could keep waiting for it, unrelated to the duty of the king. Don't Don't misunderstand me. I'm not telling you to throw away your duty as the king. You're a king to the bone. If that pride was taken from you, there would be nothing left. You can't stay that way. What I am speaking of is only your just reward. A girl's right to live happily. I think I can do that much. So the Mega says, it is the same as the time when she took up the sword. Back then, it was with a sneer at the suffering that was likely to come. And now, a smile at the future that may be granted. There was no point in replying. All that mattered was whether the girl who had not yet taken up the sword could wish or not. Either way, she did not have the power to grant it. In that case, how is it any different from wishing upon a star? But whether or not that is a good thing is a different story. Arturia, the age and the people have changed. You alone are the same as that time. Dreams are more beautiful if they stay as dreams. You could be more at ease if you were to stay in a death-like sleep like this. Even so, no reply is necessary. Even if it's not put into words, this wish alone will not disappear. On the contrary, that alone is enough. Because until that day when, not visited by anyone, not sought by anyone in the end, the image of the king disappears from the imagination of the people. She will endure this slumber forevermore with this warm wish as a dream to nourish her. In the end, he could not change his way of living, and she was never rewarded. And then, for both him and her, a long time passed. I'm tearing up.
It's funny, even with all the time between us and the Fate Route themes still hit just as hard.
Yeah. Oh, we have vocals too.
Ooh.
Suddenly, eyes opened. How far has he walked? He chose to walk only through desolate lands, but after exiting a deep sleep was a grassy plain. He's uncertain about the place. How many months and years has it been since then? And how far of a distance has he gone since then? It is all unclear now. He lowers his burden from his shoulders and rests his tense body. He thought he could walk forever, but it seems this is the end of his journey. The view is clear and wide. The wind that rustles the grass unties the bonds that were twined so heavily around him. His heart calmly returns to that time with each step. He stares at the endless blue sky, thinking about the unspoken promise. It was the delusion of the young, a wish that was akin to a bluff. They had looked at the same sky and felt the same thing, so if he pursued it, it could definitely come true. In his hometown, that is what he thought. Then she wakes from her dream as well. She holds on to her wish as she looks up at the sky. She notices the direction of the wind has changed and holds back the tears that threaten to spill. A different wind has begun to blow through this once unchanging plain. She continues to wait for her visitor as if praying. Farewell is all she says. She thanks a small hope she had. His breathing quickens slightly. Unbelievable. How many years has it been since he's been short of breath? It's as if he has gone back to the time when he was still young and inexperienced. Just because he's gained experience doesn't mean he is an adult, he laughs at himself. Come to think of it, how long has she wished to the sky? I want to meet him. I want to meet him. If it was possible, just once more. She wanted to hold that way of life in her arms and make sure that what she had yearned for. Unconsciously, her heartbeat speeds up. Still, she does not move from this place. She cannot bring herself to spoil his role. She truly wants to break into a run, but just like then, she chooses to wait for his words. But there is some unease as well. This wish, this miracle, should it really be brought back? He is not who he was back then. His heart and body have worn down, just as she has grieved. He has not always been thinking of this scene either. It was not attachment, he simply did not forget. He only had a gradually fading memory. So even if it ends as a dream, he still has his expected despair as the slightest hope. So... No. He cannot deceive himself any longer. Something he has only remembered in the words revives itself vividly in his mind. That which he has stowed carefully away begins to move once again. Familiar blood runs through his thin heart. A golden land. In the home of the woman he parted with long ago, his heart has finally caught up to her. Many emotions well up, but only one phrase rises to his throat. How much they had wanted to meet and how long she had waited are meaningless now. Yes. In the end, he was not able to change his way of living. And in the same way, she was not rewarded, but I'm glad, and I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. After protecting until the end, there was something waiting for him. Something precious was left at the end of his life. He retrieved something important. It is fortunate that he has stored it within himself. His smile is as simple as a boy's, just as it was to us. I'm back, Saber. The words he spoke are truly the same as back then, as if that day is about to continue. Her footsteps on the ground are light. The girl smiles as if falling apart.
Yes. Welcome back, Shirou.
And so the dream announces its end.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Following the star, traveling to the star, moving forward and seeing others off, losing many things and creating many things. At the end of it all, incomparable to the immense amount of time spent, is a tiny, tiny fragment. How very dazzling. He looks at the radiance in the small palm. Excited. Small, burning away. Yeah, like just a spark. And so they meet at the end of the long road. So ends the journey of the man who yearned after the star. From now on, he and she will begin another long, long story. And in the end, this world will keep on turning so that he may be someone's star. Oh, you see, the storyteller may fall silent, the music may cease, but the story will not end. Be it tragedy or comedy, as long as there's applause, the story will not end. Just like the multitude of human lives, our travels continue on. From blessings to who we were not rewarded. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the auto scroll is awful.
It's really bad, but I'm trying so hard through the tears. I got it, but I was trying so hard through the tears to read as fast as possible.
That was so fucking beautiful.
Oh. At the end of the long road. You know how Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel had two endings both, but Fate only had one?
Uh-huh.
And then you had this. This is
I see why now.
Yeah.
I hug, I squish. We're in this together, it's okay. Let it out.
Oh yeah, it's so tight too.
God, that's gorgeous. Genuinely so beautiful.
The man that never stopped seeking for that star, and the girl that never stopped dreaming, wishing for that meeting again. That was never rewarded, even once in her entire life. Oh.
Fucking... That's so beautiful.
Yeah. Hey,
Like,
James.
I don't have the words just for how like that made me feel.
They both reach the end of the dream. Only together can they rest. The investment, the voice acting, a specific level of making jokes at the game's expense. Thank you, Sudani. What
I
a
really
stream!
appreciate that.
What a stream to hit 800, and what a stream to have 31 people watching as we cry at the end of everything. Thank you all so much for being here.
This is what the people are here for.
Thank you all so much for being here. I really mean it.
Thank you for having me, Wag. This has been an absolute delight. It has changed my life. I love this game so fucking much, and going through it with you has been a genuine highlight of my last year and a half of my life.
I could say exactly the same, but I can't because I'm crying too hard.
It's okay. I know the crying means you agree.
My heart feels so full right now.
It's full of tears. You gotta let them out.
It's the worms. It's full of worms.
It's full of worms. Even the worms are sad.
Oh. Of note, I have removed my glasses, so I cannot see anything anymore. The worms! No, not now.
I am so full of emotion right now.
Oh, I don't think I felt this emotional about anything in my entire life. Oh my god.
Do you have water? Do you have...
I do have a lot of water here with me, don't worry.
Take care of yourself.
I'm going to take my titty pills to commemorate the end. Fiend. Oh.
Man, that's gorgeous. Like, oh, the song and the visuals at the end were so beautiful. That was like artistry.
Yeah. At the end of the long journey, just get one last final. Oh, it's Avalon!
Oh!
It's fucking Avalon! It's just Avalon. The ever-distant utopia.
Good God.
Uh,
Well, here we fucking are, Whack.
I can only clap.
Here we are at the end, standing on the edge of the ever-distant utopia, looking back at all of the time we've spent together here.
It's so good. Literally. What can I even say about?
We gotta say something.
Like, I think, like, we gotta, but at the same time, I feel like this is a story that speaks by itself for itself.
Literally, like, I consider myself a media enjoyer. The completeness of the emotional themes and general story beats throughout the VN, all of the routes, has genuinely been above and beyond anything else I've ever read.
I have to say, go for it.
I've been moved in ways that nothing else has ever done to me. Like, please go ahead with what you were gonna say.
I do not claim by any means that Nasu is like a perfect writer by any means. There's many criticisms you could leverage at many parts of this story, but there's a heartfelt underlying tone to the themes of that Nasu wants to convey and does in fact convey masterfully in this work. And not only in this world, like you can see the same themes explored in Fate in many other pieces of media that Nasu has had a hand in.
Mm-hmm.
Many other facets of the Fate franchise have many of the same themes. There is a genuine, heartfelt. There is a love. When I see Nasu's work in Stay Night, and I think about what he conveys and what he has conveyed, I see a deep, inherent love for humanity and a desire for things to get better and for people to come together and help each other and for good deeds to go rewarded.
There is a genuine, like, through line of, like, the inherent good of humanity in there that I find incredibly beautiful, to where even when things feel bleak, whenever things feel bleak, they always feel wrong because you're presented a world that can and wants to be better.
Yeah, and it is the same thing that we talked about, how the trauma of the characters shapes everything they do, right? The opposite is also true. Despite the trauma, the bonds that people forge in Fate and the people they care about and what they care about shapes who they are and pushes back against that trauma that shapes them just the same. It is... Yeah, his works are filled with so much darkness, but there's always a light somewhere. Things never feel hopeless. And that is beautiful. That is a really important message and a really beautiful thing to put into many, many words into a very cool story.
And it's just... I don't know. Everything about this entire story is so good.
There is definitely certain things that maybe can be more and less liked about a format like Fate, where they are basically retelling and using classic stories and historical figures. So you have like weight of other cultures and of things that actually happen in real life, right? To contend with. So a lot of people may not like vibe with it too much, but I feel at the same time, by exploring this the alternate history that Fate presents with historical and mythical figures, it also like brings together a sense of familiarity of like, this is hopes and dreams that exist both in and out of the series, of the media, and the desire for things to change for the better is like an ubiquitous, like universal thing that everyone feels, honestly. And I think that there's like something special about the presentation specifically of the series.
Yeah.
F-Go's Memorial movie is the perfect representation of that weight. Ooh, that's really good, yeah. Yeah. God. God, this song hits too. Arturia is better than the actual legends of King Arthur, dare I said it. Like, okay, like, I am not going to say that because I haven't really delved into classic literature with King Arthur, right? However, Arturia is basically a reinterpretation of this story of King Arthur, adding very, like, blatant queer themes of a gender and identity and presenting a very interesting alternate history. So, like, I am not going to say it's better, but I can definitely see, like, how it would resonate with a lot of people, you know? It's taking this figure that literally everyone knows and putting her in a genuinely respectful and very interesting light. And I like that. I like that a lot. We're literally commissioned fanfics for ladies that they court to fantasize about. Honestly, that's so fucking good. Oh yeah, Garden of Avalon is the telling of the Arthurian myth, and you get like a bunch more story with Arturia, Merlin. Kai is very prominent there as one of the few people who know of the whole Arturia deal and fucking hate what she's being put through. God.
I'm in like this just profoundly like satisfied sense of having completed something. I'd almost describe it as an afterglow.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like, let's be like, that's literally what it is, though. It is like a strong, like, that was a very strong emotional response to something, followed by this peace and calmness afterwards, right?
Genuinely. Then, like, I don't know, that was just, that was such a neat, beautiful bow to just tie this series up with.
Like, he didn't need to do that. Nasu didn't by any means need to do that. The story could have still felt extremely complete and beautiful without that. But he did it because he wanted them to reunite.
Just sprinkled a little bit of closure onto the first route once you beat them all.
Both speak clarity. You have converted to a Saber stan, yeah. Fate's bittersweet ending was fine on its own, but
genuinely, like, I would have. I had just been told in a vacuum that there was an epilogue that had information about, or not information, but like additional content for Saber and Shirou reuniting. I don't. I feel like I would have expected it to take away from it, you know, because the open-ended futility and the beauty, in spite of it, is kind of like the way that the Fate route felt. But having seen it, it really worked.
It was beautiful and it worked. And also, there's the fact that it wasn't a epilogue we got at the end of that route. It was an epilogue we got at the end of every route.
That's your reward for completing this entire journey.
Exactly, and that changes the context of the epilogue, right? Completely. God, I am just sitting here just smiling. I'm just smiling really wide right now and being really happy.
I'm like the same way. I'm so glad that we are here. I'm so glad we did this. I'm so glad I got to do it with you, Wag.
I'm so happy we experienced this together.
And I think, if I may, I'm even happier that I know it's not done.
Yeah. We got so much more. We got so many stuff to go through.
I know we were talking about going through the bonus content today, but as far as next stream goes, I mean, fuck, are we starting?
I mean, I don't have Holo Ataraxia just yet. I need to figure out how to get it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And I also need to do a thumbnail for it, but I do want to start as soon as possible. At most, there may be like a week in between while I figure out what the fuck to do, but I will try. I will try to see if I... However, as much as this has been a wonderful thing, what is this about a Wakame paradise that was mentioned earlier? What was this about a Wakame paradise that I don't know about in the menu? What am I missing here? CGs. Oh boy, time for Whiplash.
Hello, stabbed Rin.
Oh dear God, oh God, here we go. What is this thing?
Oh God.
Oh no. In the extra menu, a hidden button above the prologue.
It changes the screen and the music.
It's a secret button, oh boy. Oh. It's the Shinji Road, wait! It's the Shinji Road, wait! Yeah, I'll cooperate.
Really?
Of course, betraying Tasuka and selling her out, betrayed by Sakura and getting sold out, and Bakanichans are now born.
I don't get your high tension, but does that mean I can trust you?
It's the secret Shirou.
Finally, content for me!
Yeah, but I will betray you in the end. Or are we getting the voices mixed, actually? I don't even know. Yeah, okay, yeah. So the 20 million powers route with Shin-chan starts here.
Jesus.
Well, it could be if we had the time. Eject! Optimus Prime will appear too. Hey, Sudani, hi. How are you doing? I'm thinking about you right now.
I wonder how Sadali's doing.
What kind of power thing? Shut up, there's some music for it. There's some music for it.
That's so fucking stupid.
Are you ready for the Shinji route?
Oh, you know I am. Jesus Christ.
Oh my fucking God. I finally understand what Wakame Paradise is. Our beautiful Avalon title screen. Our beautiful Avalon title screen.
Fucking hell. Was it worth it?
Was it worth it, chat? Well, that's a wrap. That was Fate, everybody.
Everybody go home.
But obviously that was not it. Give me a moment.
Of course, of course.
While we fucking recover from this goddamn insanity.
That reminds me, I gotta put that pride flag and shit posts in your Discord.
Pride flag?
The one I sent you the other day.
That one, right? I will say nothing on stream. People who want it may get to it if they want to. I'm gonna share my screen with you one moment. There we go.
Placed it in shit posts completely contextlessly.
Anyway, welcome to the remaster. I have been playing this on my own to catch up to the point to where we were, and allow me to very quickly go through the last episode in remaster. I imagine I can just skip through it. it could also be like nice to see like a couple of the differences and such. Also, you can see the difference in presentation too, like it is formatting. There's formatting, you know?
I would know if the stream would load.
Oh no. In the moment?
Thank you, Discord. I can always count on you.
Take your time. If you need me to let me stop streaming.
Yeah.
There we go. What about now?
There we go.
Okay, nice. Yeah, there's italics used
text.
more freely around.
The text is so crisp.
And for the rest of my life, I will never forget that sound. The sound of the bell that announced the beginning of battle. She made even the most rugged armor seem beautiful. Yeah, by the way, the translation is very good. I need to say that the translation of the remaster, what I've seen of it, is really good. It's very accessible and very easy to go through now. Also, you can hear the remaster music, as that's very loud sound effects, actually. This was not configured to be volume for streaming. Holy shit. One moment. Master volume. %60% will have to do, baby. Lore accurate servant fight experience.
That's loud.
Anya and I have been going through Fate Apocrypha, and the way they blast the subwoofer,
The bass boosts every 5 seconds.
it's generally great.
Steve. Oh, these CGs look great.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go through the CGs because you will be able to see like the full resolution of all of them too, right?
Fate peaked audio.
It is me, I am the subwoofer. Real Tenua.
I love the way you trill your R's sometimes.
If Shirou had archer stats. Don't worry about it. Oh, the pendulum there was like so much smoother too, right?
It looked a lot better.
I am going to allow, without saying anything, like without trying to read it fast, I'm just going to let the remastered version of the Avalon scene play out, right?
Sounds good to me. See if it hits you just as hard.
Yeah, it will. It is beautiful, isn't it? Also,
Yeah,
you get to see
so
like
good.
like 16:9 full resolution CGs versions. Oh fuck! I'm so sorry to hear. Rest in peace. Yeah, the vocals say Rialda.
I thought that was just me, like, thinking that's what I was hearing.
No, Rialda. Wait. Oh fuck! I had my cursor on. This fucking text was happening. I had it. I was hiding it. That was my fault. It's fine.
Professional.
We've read this though. I was just enjoying the CGs, honestly. God, the parallax though. It adds so much.
It really does.
Aww.
The wording is slightly different. It's really, really, really good.
Ah.
It's so pretty. Love the Ohoge picking up, like, behind the text. She's so pretty with her hair down.
She is. Ah.
Oh.
Black Saber. Ah.
It's so cute.
Aww.
はい。お帰りなさい、シロ。
Ah.
Yeah. Oh god, now my eyes are watering again.
Yeah. Oh, the hug! Oh, the hug! Wait, don't think we got to see that with the cropped version of the CG because it zooms in for the 16:9. Oh,
Yeah.
I love them.
I think the stream froze on Discord.
Ah, fuck! Give me a moment.
I did see it. I had the stream open, but
Surely I won't cry the second time, huh?
surely I won't cry the second time. I think it actually hit me harder the second time, I'm not gonna lie.
Did you finally meet? The end of his journey in search of a star, and now begins the pair's next long tale. At its end, this world will continue to turn in much the same way that he might one day become a star to someone else. Yeah, baby!
Oh, there we go.
So many lives. May the warmest of blessings find those of us who were never rewarded, and those of us still traveling. Our journey continues on. I like the translation for this final message, actually, a lot. gosh.
Beautiful fucking game.
What a beautiful, beautiful fucking game. Yeah. But yeah, the reason why I'm checking the version remastered is because after you 100% this game, you get a gallery with all sorts of goodies, and that is something I wanted to check. Takeuchi and Nasu. What a duo.
Power couple.
I love gallery, yeah. By the way, I've heard many people comment on like the expanded CGs, wondering how they did it. Some people wondered if maybe they use like enhancing like AI and then like, you know, like touched it up or something, or if maybe Takeuchi actually still had the fucking original backgrounds and they were made in 16:9 back then or something. I've gone through the entire VN and I have seen a couple of the CGs where, like, in the CG the character is moved slightly to this or that side, or in the Unlimited Bladeworks background, the arrangement of the swords is different. These are not just expanded, they are revamped. Takeuchi the Madman had the fucking original files and he just tweaked them.
Wild shit.
James Harris' beautiful OST he did for this, yeah. They dropped the release date for this less than a week beforehand with no fanfare, and then we got the randomizer too. But yeah, I got the original, like, actually, from the original to Rialta Nua, the background for Unlimited Bladeworks changed, and then to this one, they changed again the arrangement of the swords. Like, they just keep doing that. It's never the same fucking background. Oh, it's Tosaka, the shadow appears. Yeah, I mentioned this, but when Archer is sitting in the living room and there's like the debris falling from the ceiling because he just wrecked the place in the summoning. In the randomized version, accidentally, the things that were falling from the ceiling were not shards of wood, they were the CGs at the end of Heaven's Feel when it's talking about the end of the dream of the three families. So that was really funny. Praying for Hollow Ataraxia randomizer.
Look, I'm confident that if we start Hollow Ataraxia, halfway through it, they will announce a remaster.
Oh no, they have announced it already.
Well, there goes my joke.
They haven't said like a release date, but they have announced a remaster of Hollow Ataraxia.
Okay, sick. Great. Awesome. I can't wait for that one to come out halfway through our game as well.
And it will, because we will be doing that one for a while. I don't say it is not as long as this game is, but it's still likely to be like a route and a half or 2 routes, I believe, right?
You never know.
Produced by Type Moon. Do we get the Avalon background as well? There's a Chivo. Yeah, we do! We're back!
Yeah. Let's not do the Shinji thing.
I don't think we can. It was mentioned that it was removed. In here.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, if we do the right, there's no Wakame Paradise, sadly. Library. Oh, yeah, baby. Yup, here is
Wow, okay.
a library with details of literally every single thing in this goddamn place.
That is like every proper noun that is used.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have the translated versions of every one of the servant profiles, right?
Ooh, these look crisp.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
Oh, hello.
Like, it is really well presented. The shadow had question marks. Wait. The shadow, an unidentified entity that resembles a jellyfish on land. Conventional attacks don't affect it at all. Whoever encounters it can only end up dead or wait for it to disappear on its own. It's a surprise enemy that shows up just when you're getting tired of the jokes in Saber and Rin's routes. It's our animator's favorite. They love the shadow so much they edited the illustration where it first appears into a cool wallpaper. We couldn't be more different. I love this commentary stuff going on.
That's delightful.
We also have like the information and the weapons that you get, like the unnamed dagger that Ryder uses. And in the picture, we have all of the CGs of all of the routes. I believe I have unlocked every single one of them.
I'm actually so gassed for a reread.
Last episode and other... Yeah, okay. There we go.
I also...
Wait, hold up. What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Is that something you don't have?
What do you mean it's a missing one? By the way, there's this flowchart. There's this flowchart with like every route and divergence. That's Wakame Paradise. There's no Wakame Paradise. And a very, very interesting thing about the remaster too. If you click like a scene, you can just go through it again.
Huh.
And just go through the scene if you want to just check a specific point in the story, and then it takes you back.
What the fuck are you missing?
I don't know. I just got the achievement that I actually got like all of the like routes after opening the flowchart. So I don't know what the other final one would be.
This is so mysterious.
Yeah, I thought I had 100% at this game, but apparently not. By the way, you also have like the music test and the sound effect test. Of course I picked the hard, huh?
Of course.
Oh! Interesting, the fast heartbeat is not just making the regular heartbeat sound faster, it's a different sound too.
Yeah.
What is that one? I don't know. I don't think it is the missing texture because I clicked on it and it didn't open in the
Watch,
don't shake me.
It'll be there now.
Like, if I click here, it zooms in, not this one. It means that there's something missing.
That's so cooked.
The CG of the Tiger Dojo onsen scene, but I did that. Did that not save for some reason? Hold up, one moment. Ow. We're going through this one again.
Yay.
Just a moment. I absolutely... No, it's not green, which means it didn't count. Oh, did I fucking have my computer turn off because fucking lightning? And it didn't save or something? Rest in peace, Fujine. I love
killed
this
her.
beast. I can't believe the fucking shadow gets Taiga in the in the Taiga dojos. Yeah, see? The achievement didn't even pop up. Oh, wait, it's not over yet, right? The achievement didn't even pop up because I already got it.
That's so cooked.
Now we got the final one.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. We do. Good. Ah. So let's actually read a few of the. Or what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, seeing him now in the CGs during the epilogue, I genuinely, not the epilogue, but the last episode, I genuinely forgot Assassin, like the fake one. I literally forgot he was here. I saw Saber fighting him and had to like search my brain to remember who the hell he was.
Mean to him.
No!
Mean to him.
I've been so wrapped up in Heaven's Feel, and he just hasn't mattered.
Mean to him.
I am not. I am not.
Can we get another CG of? Oh no, they reused the ones in the Fate route, I think. Or, oh, I see. They're in other because they're using multiple of the routes. Makes sense. Mean to this boy. Hi, Caster.
Hey, Caster.
And hi, Ryder.
Hi, Ryder. God, she's perfect.
I love how much you love Ryder.
She's just everything I've ever wanted, you know?
Oh, right. These were the CGs from when the Berserker is destroying the fucking, like, street they're in. I was confused for a moment, like, when did the fucking car happen? High jump. And I'm going to do this one specifically for Anya.
Me twirling my hair, watching a guy who sucks at everything fuck up over and over. God, I am so glad that I called him taking the jacket off and that he was shredded underneath.
He's very good.
God.
I love the art for this. This CG is so good.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
This may be one of my favorite ones.
The one ahead of just like the half of his face is like something special. Look at him. Look at him.
Look at him. Also, hi, Dark Sakura.
Hi, you're perfect. Also that Rider one above. Where she's got that big circle. No, not that one. Right above the Sakura we just looked at.
Oh, right.
That
when
one.
she's clashing with Saber.
So, like, that one with all the lightning is like, that's like my favorite, like, CG in this whole game. That's so fucking cool.
Where's the Mappa CG? One moment. The sweat. The sweat added.
That adds a lot for me.
Oh.
I'm just saying, I think he'd like my Mappa Doku.
I think he would. I think he would.
Oh, God, the black keys.
The black keys are so cool.
Seeing those was such a just like, woo, I know what those are.
This one is still one of my favorites too.
Easy contender.
Also, again, I really love the just like seeing all of the little extra space we wouldn't see with the. Or not only because the other ones were like 3x4, but because of the unlimited editions zoom in to make 3x4 fit into 16x9. It means you lose a lot on the you lose a lot of the actual CG sometimes. Oh, wait a minute. The back. Where is Shirou standing? Oh, here we go. Yeah, baby.
He's so fucking cool.
He's so cool.
It does make it look a lot more cinematic. Like, I feel like they were framed.
No. This is Mr. YouTube thumbnail himself. There we go. That's the CG. That's the funny CG. Shirou outspotted. He does have a little bit, you know? He has been training his body for a long time. Where's the... Yeah. He's fit.
I'm still so cooks. Oh, what?
He's missing the top surgery scars, but you know, it's fine.
It's simple mistake. That one of Ryder staring like at the camera is such a like 1-to-1 of a particular CG of Arkwin from Tsukihime. It's unreal.
Oh.
Like identical.
Girls should take a bite, take a bite, take a bite, take a bite, take a bite.
Shout out to me during that first fucking age scene. And we just, please take a bite.
Please
Yeah.
take a bite. Oh, she
Ooh,
gets a little bit
ooh.
more blushy on the second version, actually.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, there's more blood. She's more excited. Like,
And let's never forget the
I could
true
never.
winner.
I couldn't forget. Canonical Rin Tosaka.
Canonical Rin Tosaka. Oh.
Oh, the one of fucking Tosaka hugging Sakura. I need it.
Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, you can zoom in for this one too, huh?
Ooh,
Ah! That's a big one too.
that's a big one.
Ooh, I can see Anger Miney a little bit better and like this. Can see the shape inside. Sakura
I wanna-
hug, Sakura hug.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's so pretty.
that shock of hers.
Fate's painfully good.
It really is. I have been told to go for the spider pose rider, which should be... Other? Oh, it may be used in multiple ones, yeah. So it's other... No. It wasn't in Unlimited Blade Works. Was it? No, it couldn't have been.
I forgot about the batting cage Tosaka.
Is it tied together with this one? No, it isn't.
I would like to see this one just while we're here, though. Thanks.
You want to see the release of her novel Phantasm?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God, she's
Oh,
so-
this one is really good.
So fucking peak.
I can't seem to find.
It's
Right
Heaven's feel,
across
they
the-
say.
Is it? I'm pretty sure it. Oh, oh, because right. Never mind.
God.
What a woman.
She's such a beast.
She really is. And let's not forget.
Oh, the visor looks so sick.
It really does. It really, really does. And I love so much that it is, you know, I imagine it would be in Fate at the very beginning. No. It may be in Other then for sure, or no? Or it could be the original of Saber holding the fucking sword to Tosaka's throat in the exact same pose be.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a prologue, right. That's why. It was a prologue.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
I know
I
it's the
feel
same.
so foolish.
It's the same CG. It's just recolored to be, you know,
God. Just
Saber Alter.
Every character in this VN fucks so hard.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Shirou's like toned body.
He's so muscular.
And of course there's the dragon.
Yeah. I think It's kind of crazy that you and I, like, reacted so strongly to this.
Don't worry about it. Listen, Red Dragon hot.
Like, yeah, there's lava. I think that's the point.
God, I wish that was me.
God, the dragon looks great. That's gorgeous.
I'm pretty sure this one's CG is straight up using Evgo as one of the craft essences, actually. That's the Red Dragon craft essence.
It's kind of amazing, can't lie.
I love everything about this one. Also, goodbye, James.
Later.
This one little shot we got of Artoria in this dress.
Low ponytails with ribbons serve. That is a look.
Saber's perfect little toes.
I'm begging you to stop.
That's the scene. What a man.
Wow, what a man. Oh god. Gil getting fucking split.
God. Oh, there's one shot of Saber too.
That's so pretty. Holy fuck.
God, I love Fate so much. Hi, Betty Beer. Hi, Betty Beer. Oh, of course I
love how much the shape changes on her face as her expression does.
yeah.
Like, it's so softened.
That's Fruity Fella is here. Hi, Denti.
Hi, Dinty. Can
So,
you,
wait. Oh god, no, that's not the one I want to click.
I was gonna say, can you go 2 ahead from that one?
Go ahead from
Thanks.
the Saber one.
Yeah.
You're channeling Caster suddenly.
She's got good taste. What can I say?
She really didn't need to put her in these clothes,
No,
huh?
she didn't. I don't actually think it thematically signifies anything. I think she just wanted to.
That literally, that's just a fetish. That is literally
Like-
just a fetish.
This is just fetish content.
It is never a mistake. Oh, the way that Archer's hair here falls like over his eyes,
Like
and he looks so much
Shirou's.
like Shirou.
That's beautiful.
Speaking of archers that look like Shirou,
This fucking smile. That's gonna. I'm tearing up.
it's a recollection. We're just going through the memories. Look, it's your
When-
boy.
It's my boy. He sucks. Also, there's just something about gruff, edgy men when they smile that just sets my heart ablaze.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at him. He's happy.
Look at the difference between his like cocky smirk and his look
It's
of
'cause-
absolute hatred, and then
It's because
just
he never smiles once in the VN without smirking and like furrowing his brows, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, just one real, genuine look of happiness.
one genuine, extremely Shirou-like
Oh,
look of
God.
happiness. I too
Damn
like guts
smile.
from Berserk. yeah. Yeah.
The polycule. It's canon. That's such a good shot.
Yeah. I love Unlimited Blade Works. Oh, by the way, of course. How could I forget?
Yes, of course. I do. I also do, in fact, love Gugberg.
I forgot about this one.
When he just turns Saber off.
I mean, well, turning some people onto.
No, like you would like an Xbox.
Oh, is this one the? Yeah. Oh, cute.
Oh god, so cute. She's so embarrassed.
I love the how he calls out the like unevenness of the fucking stockings, and that one is like, no, put it back on. That was generally such a funny moment that didn't need to be so funny.
God, Tosca's so good.
Roayas.
I miss Ku so much. We got so little of him in Heaven's Feel.
Yeah, he just gets bored very early by Sakura.
Me, you wouldn't get it. Just trust me.
There's your boy.
Hi, handsome. God, that smile, those eyes. It's the look in Samurai Remnant when he gets that big smile and his fangs are poking out. Like, oh,
Yeah.
God.
We like a fungy boy.
Ku rocks so fucking hard. What a dog of a man.
I like
also-
the fuckboy outfit in this boy too.
I think one of my favorite experiences throughout this VN was seeing the CG of like him with all the weapons surrounding him and going, oh, I've seen this parodied so many fucking times and
Right?
had no idea what this was.
Gate of Babylon is used as a meme so many times. The remaster actually makes him talk like he's Irish. Perfect localization of the dialect of Japanese he speaks with. Ooh.
Interesting.
Look at the worms.
Yeah, worms. Woo!
The lone Kiritsugu CG.
It's the fact that you can like just barely tell that he's got like a stubbly face. This man does not take care of himself in a way that compels me.
And the big shadows. Do you mind a spoiler of like an adaptation thing that happens in the movies?
Sure.
So, no, the worms, no! Oh god. So in the movies, apparently, I've seen it a little bit. Sakura gets little guys as well as the big guys. Like, she has many giants as well. So she just gets this tiny little boy of this shape.
That's delightful.
It is delightful. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I think Sakura deserves little dudes.
She does. You know, you sent it recently, but shout out to the fact they confirmed Shadow the Hedgehog can also do Gates of Babylon, confirming what do you mean he can? No, elaborate?
Excuse me?
You can't just say things like that. Kanshin Bakuya.
We have a cosign from Zidane that apparently wasn't bullshit.
Apparently this is a known fact that everyone is assenting. We know that Sonic is Saber, yeah, we know.
Yeah!
Beast. Little beast.
Little
little
lion.
beast.
God.
Yeah? Jahan?
I believe someone in chat put it best. My taste is criminally bad.
How much more Shinji do we get in the CGs, actually? Oh, right, of course, we get the one.
Yes, thank you. It's just fucking dead.
That's way too funny, actually, to keep doing.
Why only one of us has said that?
Oh. Let me see. Heroic spirits of the bow. Archer servants tend to have low base abilities, but are armed with powerful skills and noble phantasms. The Archer in this story follows this trend and fights his battles using several unknown noble phantasms. Archer is a...
Sorry, what about that is following the trend?
of like, low base ability but powerful skill and noble phantasms, you know?
Right, okay, I guess I'm fixated on Spirits of the Bow.
He does also have a bow, though, you know? Archer is a sarcastic realist, but he also has an oddly childish side that makes him hard to hate. His true identity is Shirou. He plays an important background role and could be considered a hidden main character through Half of Fate. His alleged memory loss due to his botched summoning at the beginning of the game was a half-truth. That night, he understood his situation after Rin went to sleep, deduced the current circumstances, and became convinced that his long-awaited opportunity had finally come. He became sure that Rin Tosca, whose name he truly had forgotten, summoned him once the girl introduced herself. At that moment, Archer's memories came flooding back at lightning speed. Then Rin. Yes, the sound of that. Unbeknownst to Rin, he uttered that with maddening affection. Much around Archer serves to foreshadow future events, but the moment that skirted closest to outright prophecy was his spotting remark in the Fate route before fighting Berserker. The feedback from using Magecraft changed his skin color, that's what we went with anyway. That's what we went with anyway, huh?
That's amazing.
I had actually heard a different story about why his skin tone was different. What I had heard about was that being summoned repeatedly by Alaya to deal with things was like slowly, actively burning him out.
I thought maybe he just got a tan when he was older. I don't know.
He just got a tan and got ingrained in the fucking throne with a tan, you know?
I didn't think that much of it.
Again, with Nasu not being perfect. Actually, is this written by Nasu or by whom? Like, I'm curious if this is Nasu, Takeuchi, both, either. I could like to know that. Einsburn Forest, an expansive mountainous forest on the outskirts of Fujuki City. It is more like uncharted wilderness than just undeveloped land. It takes about 1 hour to travel there by car from town. A giant bounded field is deployed within the interior. Anyone who enters is easily detected by Ilya, unless they master their presence and magical energy. Ilya's castle headquarters is at the center of the forest. Hi, Aoko Aozaki, why the fuck are you here? The name Aozaki is mentioned in passing during this story, and it refers to the mage family who administers the highest quality spiritual land in Japan. It is an infamous name within mage society. The Aozaki are an old but not especially prestigious lineage. Some generations ago, the Aozaki patriarch opened a path to the root, and the subsequent family heads have had a high probability of becoming magicians. The current Aozaki successors are a notorious pair of sisters. After an inheritance struggle, the younger sister won the title of magician. The older sister went to London and became a renowned mage, but apparently left the clock tower due to differences of opinion. During the events of the 5th Holy Grail War in Fujuki, it is believed that the older sister is in hiding, while the younger sister is on an easygoing tour of Japan. The younger sister's only talent is destruction, while the older sister has a master artist temperament. They may or may not have a very slight level of involvement in the events of fate. Yeah. Isn't it Toko specifically who gives Shirou the puppet body at the end of Heaven's Feel? Or was that different? Shut up, Dinty, no one is excited right now. Red Cloak. Variously mentioned as Archer's cloak, coat, or mantle, this red garment is iconic of Archer and is in truth a conceptual weapon of the highest caliber. It protects not against foes, but the external world itself, and is said to be made of the shroud of a saint. Huh. That is interesting. These are like little details that I like just having as flavor text.
There's a lot to dive into here.
Assassin. Heroic spirits who specialize in assassination. Unlike the other classes, only a select group of heroic spirits can take on this class. Unusually, a samurai assassin protects the mountain gate to Ryuro Temple. Sasaki Kojiro was summoned in this class because his summoner violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. To be precise, he's a wraith rather than a heroic spirit. He's believed to be a martial artist connected to Ryuro Temple. His true name is unknown, rather, he has no name. Perhaps because there was never any possibility of improving his station in life, Assassin had no sense of greed. His sole wish was to live by the sword, culminating in his otherworldly mastery, which stands on par with a servant's noble phantasm. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he is the greatest servant of this Holy Grail War. Because Assassin was summoned using Ryuro Temple's mountain gate as a catalyst, he cannot leave the gate. Wait, so the gate's haunted?
Gate's haunted.
Cocking the gun. What? Gate's haunted.
You guys are back early. Weren't you going out on patrol tonight?
Oh, that's so funny, actually. Unlimited Blade Works, the title of Rin's route, and the subtitle of Fate when the story was still in its drafting stages. Oh!
Ooh.
We actually distributed booklets at the Winter Comic Market in 2001. How many people in Japan even noticed it was there and realized that it is a future title? That's cool, actually. Rarity. Standing portraits that show up only once during the main story. Fate prides itself on having a pretty insane amount of standing portraits, and some art was drawn only for specific scenes. Depending on the choices you make, you might never encounter them in your life. Some of the more notable pieces are Saber getting out of bath, bashful Rin, hugging Rin, and comically angry Saber. There are actually more that never made it to the final product because the game already required a lot of time to play through, and because it boasts silly features such as the Tiger Dojos. We had CGs for the Tiger Dojos? No!
Gosh.
Oh my god, this is the biggest loss since fucking the Library of Alexandria. Iliasville von Einsburn, a quasi-heroine. In this story, Ilya, the mysterious contract with Shirou, and he's still completely clueless, and calls him Big Brother. Interestingly enough, they did remove that word specifically when talking about her in various parts of the VN, but not here specifically, apparently.
God.
She has demeanor that's both innocent and cruel, and is interested in Shirou for some reason. We hope she gives you the impression that angels and demons are two sides of the same coin. She's the most powerful master ever to exist thanks to the command spell engraved all over her entire body, her extraordinary quantity of magic circuits compared to typical mages, and so forth. One could say that she was born to win the Holy Grail War. Yeah. Her identity and nature only come to light in the final route. Prior to that, she's just the friendly, adorable little troublemaker who shows up to murder Shirou. She might have had her own route during the story draft stage. Alas, it could have delayed Fate's release by half a year, so it was not to be. Yeah, they just merged it with Heaven's Feel. And like, you can still see the DNA. You can absolutely see the Ilya presence in Heaven's Feel. I think it works better with them too, because then it's like the Makiri and the Einsburn together in one route, right? And there's like... Good thing she didn't, says Sudani. Ilya's maids.
I'm in agreement.
The maids who accompany Ilya, or key animator, kept making a fuss. I mean, got involved in their design, so it was decided that they'd appear in the game. Zela is the governess, while Lysrit is Ilya's confidant. Don't tell anyone, but Liz may have the biggest boobs in Fate.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. The maids were originally defective Holy Grail homunculi who were slated for disposal, but received a slight extension of life through their assignment to Ilya. Oh! As an aside, Ilya's caretaker was originally planned to be an unpleasant German man in a suit who could harass and irritate Shirou and Rin at every turn. Interesting.
Fascinating.
Incantation. One of the actions taken during activation of Magecraft. There are various recognized incantation lengths, such as a single actions activated by the simple flow of magical energy, single burst spells that fix a phenomenon within the caster's body, 10 count instant contracts taking at least 10 bursts to enact simple rituals, and so forth. Rin's Gundershot and Ryder's Mystic Eyes are classified as single actions. Shirou and Archer's incantations are mostly 5 bursts or longer, approaching 10 count incantations. Caster's incantation is 1 burst long, but her spells activate instantly, as fast or faster than single actions. Her spells are at least as powerful as 5 count Magecraft, and this is why she's beyond the ability of most mages to handle. Incidentally, Caster's incantations are divine words that are not limited by the constraints of single actions and bursts. That is why they can overcome magic resistance of rank B or C. Like this. Interesting stuff. Heroic Spirit. What heroes become when they achieve great feats during their lifetimes and become subjects of worship after death. I still love this just as a whole concept. Very
Absolutely
tabletop.
same.
The stats and the servants, like, you can smell the tabletop in Nasu. Single action spells ostensibly being cantrips, yeah. Heroic spirits are the highest powers that exist to protect humanity. They're classified as similar to elementals rather than ghosts or wraiths. Whereas elementals manifest as power molded according to human imagination, humanity's ideals are woven into the very essence of heroic spirits. Heroic spirits consist of the legendary, the real, and the unobserved. Those who lack worship are largely classified as guardians and are used as part of the mindless counterforce. Among the heroic spirits who appear in this story, Archer is the only one who functions as a guardian. The others are either too divine or aligned too closely with the planet to count as guardians. Interesting. Here it's a go. A freelance mage. He died at the age of 34? Wait! Kiritsu was 34 when he died? I thought he was a man in his fucking 50s! This has just shaken me to the core.
How does it feel that Kiritsuga was slightly older than you?
I am... Oh my god. For better or worse, as Shirou's foster father, Kiritsugu set the direction of Shirou's life. He was also Saber's master in the previous Holy Grail War and survived to win the war. Kiritsugu favored firearms and was proficient in a unique magecraft called Innate Time Control. His aptitude as a master was average, but he specialized at killing mages. In a word, he was the association's hitman, and it is believed the Ainsburns hired him for that skill set. During the Holy Grail War, Kiritsugu reportedly acted so villainously that it made Kotomine look like a green whelp. He took an enemy master's lover hostage and even demolished a high-rise building just to target one person. Though Kotomine was in fact quite young at the time. Kiritsugu even had a wife and a mistress. Perhaps such is the fate of all capable men. When he wasn't acting as a mage, he was a radical feminist, lecturing Shirou not to make girls cry, lest she regret it later. Wait, what's feminist about that? At the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War, Kiritsugu was tainted by the very same Angra Mainyu whom Kotomine welcomed. This resulted in his death several years later. Yeah, I love the use of feminist for Kiritsugu so much.
Radfem Kiritsugu confirmed.
Radfem Kiritsugu, no! Do we have to add this to our fucking Shirou trans canons now?
I'm afraid so.
Okay, so for context, the problem with this is the transliteration of the word feminist, because in Japan, feminist is basically saying chivalrous. It's different, you know?
So I do understand that. However, it's way funnier to take it as the Western face value.
It really is. It needn't be said that Shirou is the protagonist of this story. He's a hard-working young man whose interests include cooking, cleaning, and needle. He says too! He denies that this, claiming that there's no one else at home to do them, but it's obviously not true. He's the house husband all stay-at-home dad should aspire to be. Putting his inherent butler-like disposition to good use, after the true ending of Rin's route, he ends up working part-time at the household of Rin's rival. What's up with that? Although he remains a rather poor mage until the end of his days, he manages to become a very successful user of magecraft. The lore. The king's speech. The way Gilgamesh talks. You write his first-person pronoun as ware, but pronounce it ore. Huh. Nothing could be more arrogant, but then again, Shirou isn't exactly being humble if he can't criticize Gil to his face after being dragged into this whole Holy Grail War business. As an aside, Gil gets mad if you talk to him. He'll react like, "How dare this rabble speak to me?" I like that we get, like, details on... Right, this is from, like, this is from, like, the side content. Yeah, I remember now. That's what this is. It's all side content that was released separately. I like having the translation here. This is really cool, actually.
Mm-hmm.
The Treasury of the King is a key-shaped sword that connects the Golden City and allows the user to freely draw out the contents of the treasury. It goes without saying that this noble phantasm is more powerful the wealthier its user is. As for why its name is literally Gate of Babylon, in English, it's because Babylon also has a reputation as an evil city or a golden city. There might also be imitations named Lord of Babylon or so forth. True Assassin, protection against the wind. True Assassin used this ability to evade invisible air. For some reason, it was displayed in-game with a black-colored font. It was originally supposed to be named, but we scrapped that for grown-up reasons. Hanshan Bakuya, here we go. Ganjiang and Mo Ye. Thank you for putting the original names there too. Archer favors these married yin-yang swords. During the spring and autumn era of Chinese history, the King of Wu commissioned the swordsmith Ganjiang to forge a sword fit for a king. However, work on the sword did not go well, and Ganjiang was at his wit's end. His wife, Mo Ye, could not bear to see her husband in anguish and staked her life on his work. After all, crafting a sword worthy of the gods requires a human sacrifice. Mo Ye threw herself into her beloved husband's furnace before his very eyes, giving her life to create an alloy of 5 mountains, essence, and 6 heroes iron. In his grief, Ganjiang created 2 swords, naming them Ganjiang and Mo Ye, a pair of married swords symbolizing Jin and Yang. Forged from the finest materials and a human life, these are capable swords, but they are also useful as magical and ritual weapons. A word against evil is engraved on them, perhaps reflecting Archer's personal tastes. I like that. I like that a lot. Gander. A curse passed down through Northern Europe. The caster points a finger at the target of the curse, ruining their health. It is also known as the Gander shot due to the need to focus it on a single target. Gander may be the origin of why it's considered rude to point at another person. The Fin shot, a stronger version of the Gander shot, deals damage directly to its target. Rin's Gander is violent and on the same level as the Fin shot. It's basically Fin Gatling. Bellerophon, the Bridal of Chivalry, is an unusual noble phantasm that consists of a set of reins and a whip. Oh, she has a whip? Wait, hold on. Which, of course, have no effects when used individually. Bellerophon has a noble phantasm of rank of A+, and boasts exceptional offensive and defensive abilities. When this noble phantasm is invoked, the winged horse under its control has its limiters removed. All of its ability scores are boosted by 1 rank, and it is protected by a massive amount of magical energy that increases its defensive power by several times. While Saber's Excalibur manifests as a golden flare, Raiders' Empowered Steed could be described as a white comet. Bellerophon is the man in Greek mythology who mastered riding Pegasus. He's also known as a Bellerophontes or a Hyponus. You can see the train of thought with a lot of this stuff, which I really enjoy, actually.
Yeah.
He shares Selret's Zwinorg, the Wizard Marshal or Kaleidoscope. Selret of the Jewels is one of the 5 current magicians. He's also one of the vampiric Dead Apostle ancestors, but this was omitted from the story as it is irrelevant to fate.
I see.
Yeah. Selret is a mage symbolized by jewels. He's a strange old man who treats evil with righteous indignation and good with laughter, and a monster who once fought a duel against the king of the vampires a really long time ago and stopped an asteroid from falling onto the earth with brute force. Since then, however, he's aged considerably, and it appears that he can no longer wield the magic of his prime. He's known to take apprentices on a whim, but a lineage that could succeed him has yet to emerge. Incidentally, becoming his apprentice is almost guaranteed to result in being rendered useless for the rest of one's life. During the episode described in Sakura's true ending, the Department Lords of the Mage Association face a dilemma. Only their most promising candidates could have any chance of coming back in one piece, but they could suffer a heavy loss if Selrich ended up causing irreparable damage to their best talent. Oh my god, I kinda love him, huh? Of note, him being an ancestor makes him weaker. Yup. Asteroid, it was a copy of the moon itself, Ulmao. Oh my god. Is that from Suki or is that just side lore?
Nothing I've heard of.
Also, I do know that the difference between Fate and Tsukihime timelines hinges on whether Selretz gets bitten in that fight or not. That is the divergence point between Tsukihime and Fate. At least that's what I've heard. In Suki's side lore, Rin calls it the Moonfall. Oh, in the remastered localization, okay. The mage, heroic spirit which specializes in magical energy, and is said to be the weakest servant. Her master is Soichiro Kuzuki. Her identity is Medea from Greek mythology, who is infamous for being a treacherous witch. She has a losing role in Saber's route, while she gets to flaunt her villainy in Rin's route. Medea was once pure of heart, but became tainted by evil after numerous betrayals. Fine, if that's how you want to be, then I'll take you all down with me. How earnest. Of course, she has always had a wicked streak, but at the end of the day, Miss Castor is a maiden in love. I'm pretty sure if Shirou went and told on her, Mr. Kuzuki, Castor's being naughty, she could make adorable puppy eyes at him, yeah? I kinda love that. Beneath her robes, she's one of the most beautiful women in history. She could give her heart and soul for her beloved, but due to the trauma of all her lovers fleeing her, she's always thinking one step ahead. Too bad. I bet a Castor ride would have been a lot of fun, damn it. There could be a trap where you cheat on her with Ryder and then she'd stab you in the back. As an aside, Castor's abilities as a mage are magician level, but Castor never learned any magic herself, so she's just a mage. Interesting. Write it down. An elementary type of magic, the magic magecraft that is extremely difficult to master. Strengthening involves the channeling of magical energy to elevate the target's existence. While it is fundamental of all magecraft, its high degree of freedom and lack of executable forms means there are few well-rounded strengthening users. Shirou is, of course, an inexperienced user who can only perform it on weapons. Strengthening specializes the target's very resonant deter, right? Deter? Deter. A knife becomes sharper, food becomes more nutritious, and a maid becomes more moist. Wait. Wait. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Something that is too big cannot be strengthened to be even more big. Also, other people are the hardest to fall to strengthen because it's difficult to pass one's own magical energy into living things. Humanity's oldest king of heroes. Headbutts. I am a Moe mage. Thank you. And the archer of the previous Holy Grail War who defeated Saber. See his in-game status screen for details. Gilgamesh can be considered a serpent killer. No proper heroic spirit can beat him. Among the serpents in this story, he's undoubtedly the strongest. He has lost battles for various reasons. He lost once as a result of his obsession in battle against Saber, while it was due to his arrogance when fighting Shirou, and it was because of his carelessness during his bout against Sakura. But he's a serpent who is without equal when he's fighting seriously. He's become rather fashionable, perhaps thanks to living in human society for the last 10 years. He has a bunch of different outfits, and the biker suit he wears in Rin's route is one of his favorites. So much so, in fact, that he let Shirou and company escape just because he didn't want to get it dirty. What a shock. The protagonist's life is worth less than Gil's clothes. You might wonder how he managed to last this long without causing any trouble, but Gil might be more self-conscious than he's given credit for. Apparently, he drank a certain noble phantasm to change his appearance and personality. When we were designing Gil, I selfishly asked for him to be in full golden plate armor. You could say it's because I'm from the generation that challenged that 60-floor tower over and over. I do not remember exactly this reference, but it sounds so familiar.
I also do not know.
Goldie. What Rin called Gilgamesh after seeing him isn't golden because of what he looks like when he's fully armed, but because it's the color of his soul. Gil has the most money in this story. His compatibility with the money-grabbing Rin is of the very best. But that's our little secret, okay? They didn't need to have this aside, but I love it. The Argon coin, or the Golden Fleece, was an extremely valuable treasure of the ancient land of Colchis. Tower of Draga reference. Okay, thank you. Rin could have findomed him to death. A sort of RPG puzzle game thingy. It has no particular power of its own, but for some reason, legend stated that a dragon could appear if said sheepskin was thrown on the ground. Some say that the dragon that once guarded the Golden Fleece became the fleece itself. It sounds like satire. Caster can't summon the dragon because she doesn't have the skill to summon dragons. An odd spirit dwells within it. Say hi to that 7th holy scripture for us. Yeah? Yeah? You're the one that gets that.
Oh, I was just giggling along. I don't know exactly what's represented.
Something Suki related. A teacher at the high school that Shirou and his friends go to. He teaches modern society and ethics. Uzuki is Castor's master, but is a normal person, not a mage. He's a mysterious person who arrived in Fujuki about 2 years ago. The abbot of Rito Temple took a liking to him, and he's lived there since thanks to the abbot's kindness. Uzuki calls himself a ruined killer, implying that he must have killed someone in the past. His close combat skills are his own, rather than something Castor gave him. Just as Castor felt affection for Kuzuki, Kuzuki found meaning in living with Castor. As someone who was made to fight as a living corpse, he resembles the protagonist Shirou in a way. He seems to have been part of an organization similar to the Nanaya family in Tsukihime.
Interesting.
Ooh. Kuzuki is the #1 character I'd like to expand upon if given the opportunity. Don't worry, we'll get to see that in Kawadraksha. I know that. 5 Dan in Kendo. It's an amazing accomplishment to achieve 5 Dan at Fujin's age. Shirou doesn't have a chance against her in a Kendo match. The state of being contaminated and transformed by an identified curse When a servant is darkened, its alignment and personality are inverted. The servant becomes more powerful thanks to gaining a concrete physical body as a true familiar. Not unlike a certain evil revived Saber group, except pretty much a whole new character with a heavily altered design. Goto. Shirou's classmate is a cheerful, impressionable teenager whose speaking pattern changes daily based on the TV dramas he watched the night before. Oh my god, he's a chuny! That explains so much of this guy. Kirei Kotomina, are you ready, hon?
Hello, husband.
Oh my god, there's so much. An overseer dispatched from the Mages Association and the Holy Church, the two foremost organizations of the magical world. Kirei is the master of the previous archer and secretly Lancer's master. When Kirei was in his early 20s, he fought in the Holy Grail War that his father oversaw. Afterward, he was transferred from the church to the association. He then inherited the role of overseer as a survivor of the Fourth War. Kirei is qualified as a church executor and specializes in spiritual healing. While he's an exemplary executor, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against the Burial Agency's 7th ranked member. Is that
My
Seal?
girl. That's my
That's
girl. Lucky number 7.
Still, he displays superior offensive power against spiritual beings, which is a testament to how unshakable his faith is, distorted as that faith may be. While it may seem as though Kirei favors destruction, he's actually a mage who creates like Shirou. His spiritual and psychological healing skills are on par with a prelate's. He's an evil man who isn't a villain, a fiend who isn't inhuman. He's the greatest enemy in fate. If Archer is an existence whose light brings Shirou's shortcomings to the forefront, one could say that Kotomine is like a wall that causes those faults to stand out in stark relief against its darkness. The initial concept for Kotomine was the guy that you instantly know is plotting something behind the scenes the moment you meet him. Well, they did make that happen.
I fucking love characters who, like, you see them the first time and your first thought is, this guy's fucking up to something.
Managan. A liquor store in Shinto. Shirou's been working there part-time for the last 5 years. The owner's daughter, who's always in their kotatsu, went to high school with Fujine. Do felines stick together? Servant. Heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail. They are classified as familiars. These souls of the highest purity are summoned into 7 prepared molds, termed classes, and anchored to the world by mortal hosts, termed masters. Servants are normally beyond human control. They are forced into a cooperative relationship with their masters by command spells engraved at the time of summoning, which serve as absolute conditions for their incarnation. Servants can shift between spirit and physical forms at will. While in spirit form, they can also pass through inanimate substances that lack magical energy. When Lancer ambushed Shirou at home, he passed through the roof into the living room in spirit form and materialized at the living room ceiling. While servants cannot be physically affected while in spirit form, they also lose the ability to interact with the physical world. It is believed to be more advantageous to take physical form during combat. And it's cooler. You don't need to justify it, it's just cooler. Otherwise you have something closer to stands than servants, you know? Sir Bedivere, the knight who attended to King Arthur in his final hours. He was the last knight that remained and the one who the king commanded to return Excalibur to the lake. When King Arthur's knights are mentioned, names such as Lancelot, Percival, and Galahad tend to come to mind, but they were newer knights who were originally added specifically for the quest for the Holy Grail. The oldest, well-renowned knights whose stories precede King Arthur's are Sir Kay, Sir Gawain, and Sir Bedivere. Sir Bedivere was molded after an old Celtic war god with a name similar to his. As an aside, he addressed Artoria using Sir since he never found out she was a woman.
King Arthur came out to him.
She never came out to him. It's still, like, King Arthur is still a he in the materials, is good. Yukika Segusa, a female student in Class 2A, Segusa is viewed as the mascot of her friend group, but she's the most patient and mature of the trio. She looks up to Rin Tosaka in her class regardless of her being an honor student. She has a lot of little brothers who are much younger than her. Her family may be poor, but she's generous of spirit. Her soothing, gentle smile and her fluffy, bunny-like demeanor stir a protective urge in the people around her. Yukika actually wanted to join the Culinary Appreciation Club, but Kaede Makidera forced her to manage the Track and Field Club. By the way, just as everyone expects, she's extremely unathletic. This is the girl that has a crush on Ren. We see her and the other girls more often in Ataraxia is fun. Yeah, good. I like that Ataraxia just fleshes out side characters. Gaybolg. The barbed spear that pierces with death is a cursed spear that absolutely pierces its target's heart once thrust. It's a cheat skill that reverses causality and releases the spear after the heart has been stabbed. No matter what the opponent does to evade, they will be hit, because the spear has already struck home. To evade a Gaybolg, the target either needs a noble phantasm that resurrects them after death, like Berserker, or high enough luck to shrug off the spear's curse. In gaming terms, it's a ridiculous noble phantasm that receives a damage bonus equal to its target's maximum HP. If we assume that Saber has 100 HP, then Gaybolg deals spear damage plus 100 HP in damage. So yeah, you die. It's also a handy weapon that only costs magical energy in the double digits to activate. There's hardly a more efficient weapon when it comes to man-on-man combat. Incidentally, this version of Gaybolg is Lancer's personal arrangement of it. The original Gaybolg is a thrown noble phantasm used against armies, not individuals. You can feel the 10d6 damage dice in that statement. Like, just knowing that he's a tabletop nerd explains so much too, right? Breaker Gorgon. Or Self-Seal Darkness Temple seals Mystic Eyes. Rider's blindfold prevents her overly powerful Mystic Eyes from petrifying everything in her sight. Shirou's lewd dream in Sakura's route occurred while he was captive in the Darkness Temple. Well, in that dream world, Rider fed on his blood and magical energy in the guise of salacious acts. Still, the blindfold served its purpose. You may read this as Rider.
Did you think I was wearing this blindfold just for show?
God, what a woman.
What a woman. I'm still thinking about Shirou being like, listen, you're dressed way too slutty. The blindfold is way too much. Please.
Yeah, he really did say that. God Hand, or 12 Labors, is a boon, curse, of immortality granted by the gods. The user's flesh becomes stout armor and nullifies all attacks rank B or lower. Additionally, it grants 11 resurrections rays to the user that automatically occur upon death. Still, one has to wonder if Berserker's body changed color and shape thanks to God Hand. Anyway, it's an OP noble phantasm that, in the fighting game terms, applies super armor plus no damage to all attacks other than super combos. That's gotta be the strongest one out there. I love the gamer terms.
Such fucking nerds.
Meal. Something indispensable in the Emiya household. Also, something you shouldn't give Saber any more of than necessary. Level up her expectations too much and she'll give you a dissatisfied glare for many lesser meals. A fearsome beast indeed.
I love among these where we have like deep, intricate lore. Meal.
Ataraxia was a fun disc project, if you're not mistaken, so it makes sense that a lot in that game was given extra extra content. That makes sense. Here's bedroom. The room our protagonist Shirou sleeps in. It need not be said. It's almost impressive how empty it is, like the room of a bachelor who just moved into a new place. Fujine often leaves random junk in here, but Shirou always puts it away in the shed. Kinda reminds me of a houseboy. True assassin. The true assassin, heroic spirit of the Holy Grail War. He's summoned by Zoken Mato and incarnates using Sasaki Kojiro's body. He's a stereotypical image of a cloak and dagger assassin, wearing a white skull mask and a black robe. His physical abilities aren't extraordinary, but he's a user-friendly servant. He has a loyal nature beneath his unsettling appearance, and he will never betray someone he recognizes as his master. To begin, the title Assassin refers to a group of raids, heroic spirit candidates, so his servant's powers are weak. He modifies his body to better oppose other servants. Assassin has no face beneath the mask. Skin and nose have been removed, making him no one. This is how he inherited the seat of the Old Man of the Mountain. While Assassin initially incarnated with low intelligence, his cognitive power was dramatically boosted when he acquired Lancer's heart. Afterward, Lancer's personality continued to influence him. I didn't even think about that.
Now that's interesting.
By the way, he's quite fond of the Turks he fights with, and makes sure to pick them up after each battle. Oh, that's so cute. I love that.
I love that's such a little character there of just after the carnage is over. Just
imagine if he had managed to eat Saber's heart. Yeah. Avalon, ever the distant utopia, is a sheath that bears the name of the eternally springtime fairyland from the legends of King Arthur. It is associated with the island Utopia, from which the apples of immortality came in Greek mythology. The Ainsburns excavated Excalibur's sheath in Cornwall and gave it to Kiritsugu as a catalyst to summon King Arthur. The sheath not only heals wounds and stops aging, it disassembles into hundreds of parts when its true name is invoked, protecting its bearer from all forms of interference. It is a noble phantasm on the realm of true magic, isolating the user from physical interference, travel across parallel worlds, and multi-dimensional communication, up to the 6th dimension. There's nothing anyone can do if Saber were to shut herself inside.
What the fuck does that even mean? Up to the 6th dimension?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about it.
You can feel Chuny a little bit. Holy Shroud. A cloth used to wrap a saint's body. The shroud used to wrap Shirou's arm is a part of the Shroud of Marden. Kotomine is believed to have concealed it from the Holy Church, disgracing a saint. Saber, when she was held captive by Castor, the pure white dress is Miss Castor's personal taste. It seems she's really into gothic Lolita fashion, but prefers to see cute girls in it since it doesn't suit her. Can she learn some magecraft to restore her youth? Saber's dress isn't a gothic Lolita dress. Personally, I think this is the most erotic scene in the main story. Nice, Castor, keep it coming!
Jesus Christ. That's so fucking funny.
Oh. The head pat. It isn't. Like, he says it isn't. The hidden side, Holy Church. Oh my god, yeah. This is gonna be a lot that you may already know a lot from Tsukihime. The hidden side of a major, universally present religion which preaches its God's gospel and does not recognize anyone who defies those teachings. Heretical entities are publicly treated as if they don't exist, but within the organization are some who passionately work to eliminate all heresy. These heretic hunters specialized in their work and grew into a giant department known as the Holy Church. The church sends its executors to exterminate demons and erase all heresy. It claims to be the rightful steward of all mystics, which it sees as beyond humanity's ability to handle. It goes without saying that the church is on poor terms with the Mages Association, which wants to keep magecraft hidden. The two organizations have come into conflict on numerous occasions. Currently, they claim to observe a temporary peace agreement. The Holy Church's greatest enemies are the monsters they call vampires. The Mages Association sometimes cooperates with the Church to hunt said vampires. Kotomine is an executor assigned to the Assembly of the Eighth Sacrament, a department charged with collecting and managing holy relics. The Holy Church's militant powers comprises the extraordinary Delhi executors, the knight companies attached to each congregation, and the monstrous secretive burial agency, which answers to church headquarters. It is the largest supernatural organization in the world of fate, and the greatest threat to those who have strayed from their humanity. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Saber Servant. The heroic spirit of the sword. It is not possible to qualify for this servant type unless all abilities, excluding magical energy, are above standard. Saber is one of the official heroines of this story. She is a knight who forms a contract with Shirou and fights in the Holy Grail War. She has an honest and thoroughly diligent personality and closer girlishness with a knight's pride. Peel that layer away, however, and the young girl shows through. She will pout and not easily forgive you. She will get too heated and forget about everyone around her in competition. She will get really excited over delicious food, and she will become timid and afraid to fail in front of the person she likes. What a difficult heroine to please. Her true identity is King Arthur. She acted as a man, ruled as a king, brought peace to her homeland, and perished in a civil war. King Arthur in Fate is melding of history and legend. Before she became king, her name was Artoria. It must have been exhausting to conceal her gender in court life. The most difficult problem could have been succession, but Merlin's magecraft solved that easily. Don't worry about it. Saber's line, "I know how to please a man" in the main story might have been based on experience. Saber remains canonical, don't worry about it. Artoria stopped aging when she drew the Sword of Selection, so her physical age is the same or perhaps a year younger than Shirou. King Arthur was also the Red Dragon protecting Britain. Her father, King Uther, Pendragon, conspired with Merlin to create an heir with the factor of a dragon. Thus, Artoria was born as a human with the magical energy of a dragon. She does not require magic circuits. Her blood flow and breathing generate magical energy on their own, making her a magical reactor in a completely different dimension from mages. Fate was her story from the beginning. Its main theme has revolved around the Holy Grail and King Arthur from its earliest stages, and that still hasn't changed. A girl knight fighting in the Holy Grail War. I like to believe that the dream she has at the end of it all is worthy of the life she led. Aww!
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
That's
Saber's
lovely.
clothes. The clothes that Rin prepared for Saber. Hiri Kotomine supposedly gifted these to Rin for her birthday. Wow, Kotomine is rather,
Rather what?
rather...
What are you implying?
Holy Grail. The chalice which held the blood of Christ in it is a holy relic of the highest order, said to grant the wish of its bearer. It is said to have originated from numerous older myths of wish-granting cauldrons. The Holy Grail that appears in Fate is not the original chalice, but a replica created to function as a wish-granter. When heroic spirits are destroyed, they return to their original form as pure power and disappear from the time axis. The Einsburn Holy Grail prevents this from occurring and temporarily stores that energy. The ritual which opens the path beyond is conducted by the Greater Grail rather than the Einsburn's Lesser Grail. Wait, why is Iskandar here? Saber's rival in the Fourth Holy Grail War, Iskandar has a noble phantasm that rivals Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes. He was weakened in battle against Saber and then lost to Gilgamesh in a subsequent battle. Interesting, we get lore from the Fourth War here too.
Fucked up.
Baptismal Rite. The only miracles permitted to be taught within the Holy Church. Baptismal rites are simple rituals which sublimate lost souls and send them to the place where they ought to return. Each disciple of magecraft engraves the foundation of its magical theory. Was Holy Grail War below Holy Grail itself? Oh, right, my bad. One more moment. the conflict to acquire the Holy Grail. It is called the Holy Grail War, even if the Holy Grail is fake, as long as it has the same legendary power to grant wishes. The Holy Grail War in Fujuki uniquely has a system to summon heroic spirits and bind them as servant familiars. The Mages Association holds most of the rights to participate in the war and handles its preparation and agreements, but the Holy Church cannot stand idly by when a relic named the Holy Grail is involved. The Church has decided that it would be the steward of all Holy Grails, regardless of authenticity, and sends an overseer to Fujuki, scheming to seize the Holy Grail from the mages should the opportunity arise. Basically, the mages from the association develop the video game, while the Church has the rights to the hardware the game runs on. It's an absurd example that's absurdly fitting at the same time. I kinda love that.
It's really not bad.
Its discipline of magecraft engraves the foundation of its magical theory into the world and activates magecraft according to the rules of its respective system. Magecraft with lesser faith/foundation is weak, and can even completely cease to function if the mage travels to a different land. The magical theory with the most widespread foundation in the world is the teachings and gospel of the Church. Baptismal rites can only weakly affect the physical, but they have tremendous power against spiritual entities. That the Church's teachings have permeated so widely is a testament to how their miracles, which appeal to the soul, have healed the hearts of many. Excuse me, the term Holy Grail is our intellectual property. We're gonna have to step in and deploy an overseer. Literally. The moral alignment of each servant, viewable on the status screen, which describes the values that guide their actions and personalities. It's fun to compare them, so here they are all side by side. It's not much of a problem when personalities don't match, but there will be more friction between characters if their guiding alignments is the same. Saber and Gil are a good example of this. Interesting. Tiger Dojo. Your game over buddies who run the Q&A corner that accepts no excuses. They give you hints that seem helpful, but aren't really. Until 2 months before Master, we kept changing the title transitions, trying to add more animations, trying to give Ellie a change of clothes for each episode, and the scenario writer, key animator, and the animation director kept pranking each other. If we have that much time to spare, shouldn't we focus on increasing the quality of the main story? Once we realized that, it settled into its current form. Still, all of the animation director's funny animations are intact. On top of that, the Tiger Mini Theater was initially conceived as a part of the full Tiger Dojo. It's so nice to play a visual novel with a fixed text window. We'll try that next time. We had too much fun fucking around. Yeah, you love to see it. Agents of the Holy Church who investigate heresy and eliminate anything which does not exist in church dogma. Executors are different from exorcists in that they eliminate demons rather than drive them away. The details are briefly discussed in the later half of Sakura's route. Taxi! Helpful taxis are indispensable for traveling to the Einsburn forest. Of course, you have to walk back. Ugh. I think the fact that the driver doesn't find it suspicious for a lone high school student to be going to the forest after 3 AM is way too problematic. The car that Kotomine hired wasn't from the Mages Association or the Holy Church, but Kotomine's own network. During the story's drafting stages, after Shirou accepts Kotomine's help, he says, "So, are you going to help me?"
With transportation, for starters.
And then it fades to black. There's a mechanical growling sound and in comes Kotomine on a Harley. That was in the script, but then I snapped back to my senses and edited it so in its current form. Kotomine's trunk is fully stocked with scary weapons, including a submachine gun. A Pesha.
The idea of Kotomine riding
On
a
a
Harley
Harley?
ruins everything about him for me.
Really?
I think that would have killed me.
Oh, Nasu, you fool, you had gold. Bloodford Andromeda. Other Seal Blood Temple is a bounded field of blood that dissolves the humans caught inside. The dissolved humans turn into a red liquid which the bounded field user then collects. Its intended purpose is magical energy collection. Rider uses this wide-ranging bounded field once in each route. The bounded field is dome-shaped and appears as a giant eyeball overlooking the school campus. The red sky and dome are, of course, not visible from the outside. As Rin says, only a third-rate mage could allow signs of their work to leak out. Because it causes considerable damage to local ley lines, Bloodford Andromeda cannot be used repeatedly on the same land. Ooh. Star of creation that divided heaven and earth. Enuma Elish occurs when Ea, the Sword of Rupture, is used to cut space itself. Gaps in compress, competing with pressure becomes quasi-raptures in space-time and pulverizes all who oppose the user. The sword once tore the world asunder. It boasts power equal to or greater than Excalibur. To be exact, Ea is the noble phantasm, while Enuma Elish is the name of Ea's maximum power state. As an aside, this drill-shaped sword is modeled after deep-sea boring drills. The word drill tends to evoke a sharp and pointed image like a spear, but drills that make giant holes are composed of layers of rotating gears. It's pretty cool to imagine 3 layers of rotating blades grinding their way through bedrock.
True.
I like that. Chain of the Heavens. One of Gilgamesh's preferred noble phantasms. Its true name is Enkidu. This chain captured the Bowl of Heaven responsible for the 7-year famine in ancient Uruk. Gilgamesh trusts his noble phantasm as much as, no, even more than Ea. Enkidu has the power to bind gods. The higher the target's divinity, the stronger this noble phantasm becomes. It is one of the few anti-god weapons. Thus, this noble phantasm is more troublesome to Berserker, Heracles, than Excalibur. On the other hand, it is merely a sturdy chain to Saber, Assassin, and Archer, all of whom lack divinity. And it's named after Gilgamesh's boyfriend. The Trace of Heaven. Huh. That's really interesting. A magical armament passed down through the Ainsburn lineage. It contains magecraft which turns it into the control core of the Greater Grail and allows it to materialize souls for a few seconds. The dress looks pure white but is made of gold. It is inlaid with 7 rings said to control all of creation and other souls. Each of the 7 rings are illuminated as each servant's soul is stored.
Dwarves?
Only elementals, dwarves, and homunculi can handle the dress, as it turns any human who touch it into gold.
Dwarves?
Dwarves, apparently, yeah.
Excuse me?
Rheingold lore. Projection Magecraft, or Gradation Air, materializes a mirror image of an original item using magical energy. As Rin states in story, it is very inefficient. If one wishes to create a replica from an original, it is easier to just make it from proper components, and the end product is actually usable. Normally, projection is used to substitute an item for just a few minutes onto the caster's time axis, when the original has already been lost. Since a projection is akin to a minutes-long rental that only outwardly resembles the original, it goes without saying how outrageous Shirou and Archer's projections are. This is why Rin felt a surge of hostility when she peeped on Shirou in the shed. Of course, Shirou can only project items related to weaponry. Even then, he is limited to swords and can't replicate modern weapons. He can just barely manage shields and armor. But the coast is heavy and they only last for a moment. Nagato Tosuka was a patriarch of the Tosuka clan and co-founder of the Holy Grail War 200 years ago. He became involved when Zoken Makiria and Justice sought his help. The Tosuka ancestors were secret adherents to a foreign religion, but after a strange old man suddenly showed up and invited them, they devoted themselves to the path of magecraft. The Tosuka clan enjoys an enviable position, being acquainted with the Holy Church, while also receiving favor from the Mages Association thanks to being apprentices to a magician. They administered the land of Fujuki while maintaining open channels to both organizations. Nagato equally pursued magecraft and martial arts. His endeavor to touch the root through achieving a state of nothingness is what interested him in Ainsburn and Makari's proposal. He was something of a klutz, as you might expect from Rin's ancestor. His daughter was apparently more talented in magecraft and made greater strides toward creating the greater grail than Nagato did. Interesting. I like the lore. Rin. The current head of the Toscas, an illustrious family of mages. Rin is one of the official heroines of the story. She's one of the masters and a busy girl who varyingly harasses and helps Shirou. She seems aggressive and has a pointed way of speaking, but is a caring, sisterly person at her core. The way she makes careless mistakes at the most crucial moments is basically a genetic curse at this point. Rin is calm and kind, but claims to have a not cute personality that makes the rational choice in the end. She seems to have a hidden complex about lacking something critical as a girl. Perhaps her clothing is a reaction to that, but wouldn't you say that she shows too much leg? That a growing young man might not know where to look? Hang in there, Shirou. Rin's hobbies are dual appreciation and teasing Shirou. Teasing is in her nature, and she especially likes to torment diligent folks. Keep hanging in there, Shirou. Magically, she specializes in flow and transference of magical energy. Her magical attribute actually isn't well suited to combat, so she saves up magical energy in her jewels and uses them as convenient, disposable, limited functions. Rin also practices an imitation of karate for self-defense. Her trainer was Kotomine. The way she fought dirty and drove Castor into a corner was very reminiscent of that phony priest. She's the character who plays the biggest role in Fate's main story. Yeah, she is.
And we love her for it.
Date. Yay! It's the staple of dating sim games that everybody loves. A heroine who lacks date events is no heroine at all. How can you call yourself an official heroine without a date or two? And that's why Saber and Rin have date events. You can take them both on dates, or get taken on dates. It really illustrates the different positions of both heroines, yeah. Wait. Come to think of it, I think there's an official heroine who doesn't have a date event.
Rest in peace, Sakura.
We'll get to her. She's down here, so yeah, she's down there. Holy shit. Tiger stripe. The pattern on Fujine's clothes. Observant players may notice that those stripes are indeed tiger stripes. Early on, we had a weird rule to have Fujine wear normal clothes at school and only switch to tiger stripes at Shirou's house, but at some point she went all out on the stripes. As for what Fujine thinks about tigers, all will become clear in the Tiger Dojo special. Yeah, she did say. 9 lives, or shooting 100 heads, is Heracles' most trusted noble phantasm. Heracles used a bow and arrow to slay a 9-headed hydra whose heads regenerated and multiplied whenever they were cut off. Afterward, he developed a fighting style that imitated the effects of the bow and arrow, and could even use it with a great sword. If Heracles had been summoned as a Saber, he could have demonstrated this magnificent swordsmanship technique. The technique Shirou used to kill the blackened Berserker was projected from Berserker, along with his axe sword. But why? Shirou's catchphrase. It's his condition reflex whenever something truly puzzles him. Apparently, Fate originally had 4 routes, but why? I need to integrate this now. But why being Shirou's catchphrase is so funny?
But why?
But why? Oh. You like how they say she went all out like they had no say in it? It reminds me of commentary on Astolfo's designer, on how he originally... I don't remember if he originally said he was going to make Astolfo just a girl or a boy, but then like eventually Astolfo was the one pulling the strings and it ended up being Astolfo, you know? Like how mine is, what do you mean? This was a Shigataganai. I do not know the translation of that immediately. Noble color. In magical society, this label is given to those born with unique qualities. It is mainly applied to mystic eyes bearers. Shiki's eyes in Tsukihime qualify as noble color. Rider's mystic eyes of petrification are classified as jewel, superior even to the golden eyes possessed by the greatest vampires. And above jewel is rainbow, a kaleidoscopic blend of 7 prismatic colors. It is said that such eyes mark one as the ruler of the moon. Aha, I see. That's Arcued. Maybe? Likely?
I'm shrugging at you. I remember her mystic eyes. I don't remember them being all that special.
Berserker, the mad heroic spirit. The servant type is marked by insanity and being specialized for destruction. Regardless of the heroic spirit, base abilities. The Berserker in this story is already a superior heroic spirit, yet his madness enhancement has rendered him into a utter monster. A normal master could be unable to control Berserker even with the command spells, but Ilias Biel, a Holy Grail, possesses special command spells which allow her to control him. Berserker's true identity is Heracles, the eminent hero of Greek mythology. Heracles was stricken by insanity multiple times in myth, so Berserker was likely a comfortable class for him to adapt to. Naturally, he easily qualifies for the Saber class, being of superior mind, technique, and strength. If he had been a Saber, he could have demonstrated transcendental swordsmanship. Berserker was summoned the earliest 2 months before the Holy Grail War. He's unable to act of his own free will because his emotions are sealed. However, no matter how powerful the command spells binding him are, he has not lost a certain central part of his mind. In Sakura's route, the Blackened Heracles was able to stop his axe sword at the last possible moment thanks to the strength of heart that endured his episodes of madness during the Greek Age of Heroes. He's the manliest man in the story of Fate.
I like it, the history of Fate.
I like Heracles actually quite a bit. Rule Breaker. All spells must be broken is a dagger which nullifies all magecraft. It is the ultimate anti-magecraft noble phantasm, which renders magically strengthened matter, contractually bound relationships, and living beings created from magical energy all back to the state before they were created. Rule Breaker does have its limits, however. It cannot reset a noble phantasm, no matter how low a rank it is. It is a fitting noble phantasm for caster, which she used to great effect to conquer Saber. Understated, yet incredible. You didn't know that, Feifei? That's lore that you didn't know? Oh, fucking Bazette is mentioned here? We'll get to her in a moment. A potential heroine, a rogue servant, a potential heroine who was cut during the story draft stage. She was planned to be an abandoned puppy sort of heroine who went out of control after killing her master. A shielder type servant. She could have been Saber's rival, but at some point she disappeared. Like Gilgamesh, we thought about having her stick around after the last war, but decided that too many characters would confuse the player, so we scrapped her. Back then, the plot was meandering. It was a scary, chaotic time when even Rider and Caster were potential heroines. Fujine has never had a main route, even in the drafts. So this was the original draft of the person that Mash Kyrielite from Fate Grand Order would become. She
I know what that is.
She was drafted to be essentially a girl that died. Like, this is one of the drafts that were there, and there's a different draft with her that said that she was going to be a girl who died in the fire of Fujuki, and then the servant Shielder was brought into her as a pseudo-servant for this Holy Grail War by a necromancer. So this is things that happened in Fate Grand Order already were thought about for Fate Stay Night. It's cool. Bazette Fraga McRemitz, Lancer's original master. It is unknown whether she's still alive or dead. Basette is a visiting mage dispatched from the Mages Association. She used runestone earrings as a catalyst to summon Lancer. She's a pretty woman who dresses in men's suits, and her mage skill are A+. Basette is a bold militant mage who goes out to capture seal-designated mages. She occupies a similar position to the church's executors and possesses excellent magical and fighting skills. She could have posed a threat to Rin if she joined the war, but retired due to Kotomine's trickery before she could. On that note, Basette and Kotomine are old acquaintances, being comrades in arms from the years when Kotomine was still a church executor. They fought with and against each other at various times. When she was sent by the association, Kotomine asked to meet with her, saying he needed her counsel. He had never asked her for help before, so Basette hid her happiness and trusted Kotomine, which is how she got tricked. Before Basette could even bring out Lancer, Kotomine cut her down from behind, severed her left arm, and stole her command spells. Then, he cast 2 command spells on Lancer. The first forced him to agree to change masters. The second ordered him to focus on gathering intelligence. As for the final command spells, it's as it's played out in the main story. I like that we hear about Basette here.
I was genuinely thinking about before we started the stream, whatever happened to Lancer's original master?
Now you know.
We never found out.
Now you know. Parameters. The scores that qualify each servant's abilities, for no particular reason. You're probably wondering, A is clearly the strongest, but what about B+ or A+? Here's a brief explanation. If we consider a normal value to be 1, then E is 10. Each rank goes up by 10, with rank A being 50. As for B+ and A+, the plus represents a special ability that can briefly double the score. In other words, a B+ ability can't normally beat A, but 40 can momentarily double to 80, surpassing the 50 of rank A. Think of it this way, heroic spirits with pluses are rare, only the overpowered ones have double plus, and who let the guy with a triple plus in here? There's also the EX rank, which denotes exceptional abilities that cannot be quantified by the E through A scores. Gilgamesh's base parameters are relatively weak, but his noble phantasm being EX rank makes him one of the greatest heroic spirits.
I fucking hate power scaling so much. It makes me so angry, because I guarantee you that if I started looking through this, I would have all kinds of issues.
The funniest part is how little this actually matters in the story.
It's the fact that this section starts with, for no particular reason.
Anti-hero. Entities that are despised by the people, whose evil acts result in many people being saved and so prove their goodness through evil. Saviors who are the subject of curses, yet are venerated as anti-heroes. That said, here anti-heroes do not exist. Some are thoroughly evil, but end up committing good acts. Assassin and Archer qualify as such. Rider and Caster are improper heroic spirits, but neither are they complete anti-heroes. A bit of a power scaler at heart. He is, but he likes seeing how the underdog defeats the power scaling. Which is the cool part, right?
True. Very true. It's not especially egregious here, because it's not especially relevant.
Yeah. Kana Himuro. One of the friendly trio in Class 2A, she tends to be the straight man of the group. Kana is an ace of the track and field club with a strong high jump. You'd think she doesn't like her old-fashioned name, but she's rather fond of it. She'd actually rather draw, but Makidera dragged her into the track and field club. Fucking Makidera. I'm getting to you down there. Invisible Air, or Warrior of the Wind King, is an invisible sword coated in numerous layers of wind, which change the light refraction to conceal the blade. Technically, this is magecraft, but a noble phantasm. Its effect is simple, but highly effective in close combat, preventing Saber's opponent from gauging the reach of her weapon. It increases accuracy and defense, but if the opponent has resistance to visual obstruction penalties, then Invisible Air is just a sword covered in wind. It has no effect against enemies with the skill Mind's Eye falls, or resistance to illusions. While it is one of Saber's primary weapons, Its true intent is only to be a sheath to hide her holy sword, as Kojiro surmises. The Fujimura group. Okay, let's hear about the Yakuza. Fujine's family. Ilya ends up living with them in the epilogue of Saber's route. Fujine's grandpa, Raiga, is the boss. Fujine's father is a big, reliable, stoic man who was adopted into the family. Is this family's hands-off approach how they produce such a troublemaker? Shirou often plays along with Grandpa Raiga's hobbies for pocket money. I like that Shirou just like, you know, like does odd jobs for the Yakuza boss in town. That's just exceedingly funny for me.
I fucking love that, like, the detail that Fujiwara is connected to the Yakuza just never, like, comes up. But it's just always there in the background.
Yeah. Also known as Fujine, the mysterious woman who sneaks into the Emiya house. Her true identity is an English teacher. Her primary goal is hanging out at Shirou's house. She doesn't like her given name, Taiga, and she gets mad if you call her Tiger. Also, she will cry. Fujine's personality is all sunshine, but her indulgent lifestyle makes one worry for her future. In the true ending of Sakura's route, Fujine stays the same while everyone else around her has grown up. You'd think she hasn't aged since her 20s. During her student years, she was apparently a renowned fencer and the idol of the Kendo Club. She's been visiting the Emiya house frequently ever since Kiritsugu Emiya bought the house on the hill. It seems that she fell for Kiritsugu at first sight and could butt heads with Shirou when she came to visit. In time, they reconciled and grew into their current relationship. Hey, Chaos, thank you so much for becoming a bookworm.
Hey!
It seems that she fell for Fujine is a beloved character among her entire staff. She was a more upstanding big sister during the story's drafting stage. That's weird. How did she turn into someone like this? She's had short hair since she was a student. Omerito? Yeah, Omerito. We did finish this. We're just reading the gal. There's so much, but we're getting to the end. Luby, I see her? Oh my god, there's so many things that happen later that are already here.
There's so much lore.
We're about done, though. We're about done. Look at this line here.
Oh, I know. Look at the scroll bar.
Noble Phantasm, the treasure relics and armaments built upon human imagination and wielded by heroic spirits. Noble Phantasms are primarily swords, spears, and bows, but there are also heroic spirits, whose Noble Phantasms are supplemental armaments such as shields, rings, and crowns. Each is a mystic unto itself. A Noble Phantasm demonstrates its full powers when it is fed magical energy and its true name is invoked. Oh, we may have gotten her in did we? I'm not entirely sure. We'll see about it. The magecraft that Rin specializes in. Jewel Magecraft uses jewels that easily accept the user's thoughts and readily store magical energy. Minerals that have slept in the earth for a long time are easiest for nature spirits to inhabit, and elementally aspected jewels can inherently serve as magic crests. For example, magical energy channeled through a jewel containing a nature spirit of fire is more combustible. Rin transfers her power into jewels whenever she has a spare moment. The jewels serve as powerful bullets, but Jewel Magecraft makes heavy use of expendable components. It's said that Tosaka mages, who turn precious gems to ash with a single use, are always plagued by financial trouble. Scrap routes. Ooh. As the name suggests, these are the routes that didn't make it into the final cut of the game. Initially, Fate was conceived with 4 routes, each for the 4 heroines. The player would choose to play as either Shirou or Rin in the first half. The two would meet at the midpoint, and the game could then branch into 4 routes for the latter half of the war. That's the kind of uncertain structure the plot had. Ilya route was cut from the game. Also, there was a Rider route where you fought against Rin and Saber, and a Caster route where you could turn Caster into Little Girl and make your partner. Why?
Excuse me? What the fuck?
The Caster route was completely wiped out, but the part where you worked together with Rider still made it into the final story in a limited form. If there had been an Elia route, it would have branched off from the 9th day of the Sakura route, where you could choose to be on Elia's side rather than becoming a hero or staying on Sakura's side. Unfortunately, that possibility ceased to exist in the story. Mystic Eyes Magecraft. It was the Heaven's Fields ending, not Unlimited Blade Works. Right, yeah. Yeah, we did get that one. Mystic Eyes mainly allow mages to cast single action spells. Originally, Mystic Eyes resulted from transforming the eyes from organs from which receive information from the environment into organs which affect the environment. To put it bluntly, they unilaterally enact Magecraft on anything in the bearer's sight, and the effect is greatly amplified if a target makes eye contact with the Mystic Eyes. In other words, Mystic Eyes are a fearsome magical trait that ensnares anyone they look upon, and should never be looked back at. Due to their concealability and power, Mystic Eyes are considered to be the mark of a first-rate mage. However, artificially induced Mystic Eyes are limited to charm and mesmerize effects. Powerful Mystic Eye bearers are born with their powers. They are psychic powers which cannot be recreated with Magecraft, such as Ryder's Mystic Eyes of Petrification, or Mystic Eyes that see the death of all things. Hi, Shiki!
I hope Shiki's alright.
Also, there is a... one of the series of Fate is El Meloy Case Files, which follows one of the mages from the 4th Holy Grail War, who is one of the men you've seen in the Clock Tower in the beginning of Apocrypha.
Uh-huh.
Who basically goes around doing we see more of the Magecraft world, and there's a whole arc about a train that auctions Mystic Eyes. They just have a whole train just carrying them around and selling them to mages interested in the acquisition of curious and powerful Mystic Eyes.
Fucked up.
Kaede Makidera. One of the merry trio in Class 2A, Kaede is a sprinter in the track and field club who wants to be known as the Black Panther of Homurahara. She also goes by Maki G. The honor student Rin Tosaka is her friend and someone she'd like to get one over on. She views Ayako Mitsuzuri, one of Rin's few friends, as a rival. God, the jury that we don't get to see in the high school, though.
I know.
Kaede enjoys collecting wind chimes, and she loves glass blowing. On weekends, she can be seen browsing antique shops with Rin, thanks to the shared interest. The Monic Beast. An umbrella name for beasts in the world of Fate which don't fit into natural ecology. They're broadly classified into the ranks of demonic, phantasmal, and divine. Many demonic beasts are chimeras and live in undeveloped lands, while phantasmal beasts have shifted to the hidden side of the world due to their nature. Ryder's winged horse is a demonic beast, but it has reached the realm of the phantasmal after living for such a long time. Most mages cannot handle phantasmal beasts. Draconic creatures are considered the greatest of their kind, regardless of rank. Because there are Dragonkin of all three types, they have had many interactions with humans. For Fate Stay Night, Rin is at the center of a gathering jury typhoon that never got to reach shore, yeah. Magecraft.
I'm so excited, we're almost at the mottos.
Yeah, baby! A general term for man-made mystics and miracles. While Magecraft differs by discipline, they all have the basic structure of converting magical energy within the caster's body or the atmosphere. Each discipline enacts Magecraft by issuing a command to a foundation system and executing a pre-made function program. Hiccups.
She's dying.
The electrical current required to issue said command is magical energy. One might imagine mages is all-powerful, but they fundamentally cause mystic using equivalent exchange. Rin is supremely talented, but her magical affinity that allows her to use Magecraft on anything means that she has to pay a heavy price, and it seems that she's destined to face financial difficulty for the rest of her life. Also, there is no physical cause to interfere with someone else's mind or alter their thoughts, but the caster's mind will also be pulled along in the direction that they chose. Ooh. As the saying goes, when you want to curse someone, dig 2 graves. The Mages Association has no department specializing in curses, and greatly lags behind Middle Eastern magecraft in this regard. Magic Circuit. Pseudo nerves in a mage's body that function as channels to convert life energy to magical energy and serve as the connection to foundational magecraft formulae. One's number of circuits is determined at birth. A mage lineage will do everything it can to increase a successor's circuits by even 1. Once a mage opens their magic circuits for the first time, they can turn them on and off at will. The switch varies accordingly to the caster's imagination. Shirou pictures a firearm trigger, while Rin imagines a knife stabbing her in the heart. This is related to how the circuits were first opened. Some have their circuits opened through sexual arousal, while others can only open them through self-harm. It bears mentioning that Shirou has a surprising number of circuits, 27. Rin has 40 main circuits, and each circuit has 30 sub-circuits. Mages Association. We're almost to the Mato.
So close.
An organization for collective self-defense, in name only of course, created for the study of magecraft and unbound by nationality or genre. The association's mission is the stewardship, concealment, and development of magecraft. It possesses martial might to defend itself from threats, the church, other magical organizations, monstrosities that punish humans who break taboos, research facilities to further, some could say regress, the development of magecraft, and laws to prevent crimes from being committed with magecraft. The headquarters, located in London, is frequently referred to as the Clock Tower. It is said that the association was divided into 3 major branches in its infancy. The Titan's Pit is located in Egypt. The Wandering Sea is a collection of organizations with roots in Northern Europe, and was the original association until the Clock Tower became the primary branch, after which Wandering Sea ceased contact with the others. The magecraft foundations of the Middle East and continental Europe are incompatible, and both sides claim to observe a policy of mutual non-aggression. The Atlas Institute in the Titan's Pit and the Wandering Sea are things you explore in a few other places, including FGO.
Interesting.
The legacy of a mage lineage. Mages spend their entire lifetimes cultivating and fixating, stabilizing, mystics into their crest and passing it down to their offspring. It is no exaggeration to say that a bloodline's entire history is engraved in its crest. The mage who inherits the magic crest shoulders their clan's regrets and has no choice but to pass it down to the next heir. In a way, it could be described as a curse built generation upon generation. Isn't that interesting, huh? A literal generational curse. One of the official heroines of this story. Sakura is a headline-worthy heroine with vibrant long hair, a soothing smile, and secretly the best proportions of the 3. But she's still an unlucky and remarkable girl. She's the heroine who best symbolizes a normal life, but through some mistake, she meets the most tragic fate in every route. It's only natural as her initial concept was based on Fujino Asagami. Oh my god, this explains Saber thing. You don't know what this means. This explains Saber thing, though. There was no way she would not be witness to bloodshed. She is from Kara no Kyokai, which I need to watch still. Purple hair trauma. Sakura is 1 year younger than Shirou, and their first meeting is rather complicated. She saw Shirou doing the high jump one April 4 years ago, met him when he came over to the Mado house to hang out with her brother, did her very best to say hello to him when he came over, and started helping out at his house a year and a half before the story began. Afterwards, she gradually got used to the Miya household, was influenced by Fujine, and turned into the bright and spirited Sakura Mato we know. She has a mild personality, and she's very patient. Troublingly, she essentially doesn't resent other people, but tends to blame herself for everything. She doesn't hold a grudge against Shinji or Big Man Zoken, yet reacts only to Rin because Rin is the person that's most like her. It's like she can only be honest with someone similar to herself, if not herself. Yeah. As you all know, Sakura is the kind of girl who seems passive but really goes for something when she wants it, and is the one girl in the story who is the best at seduction. She's always wearing that "I love you, senpai" aura, but it's hard to tell if Shirou realizes how she feels. She's a naughty woman with strong maternal instincts who will spoil you as much as you want. Sweet honey that turns men useless, you know? Not that Haredi cares. Is she the most popular heroine among the Fake man Zoken, why did you write it like that? She's actually has some pretty unhinged supporters who call her the heroine who gets driven to the corner, the heroine who's messed up somehow, I love my big brother heart, etc. Shinji Mato. Oh my god, there's so much.
My boy! The worst guy.
Shirou's friend and Sakura Mato's big brother. Shinji is Rado's master and clashes with the protagonist several times. He has a bad habit of being self-centered and looking down on others, but there's a certain thread to his actions that makes him twisted and troubled, but not evil. He's a guy who places importance on rules that he doesn't follow much himself. Dislikes inequality unless he's the source of it, and is nice to girls, but not girls that belong to him. I see. He really is one of the top 2 nicest guys at school. Shinji's personality was warped by the disparity between his idealized world and the world he exists in, but he wasn't this bad before he met Shirou. They first met 4 years ago. Shirou was doing chores for free, of course. Shinji sincerely mocked him from behind, saying, "You must be..." Actually, you read it.
You must be stupid.
But stayed with him until he was finished. He seemed to enjoy himself laughing.
You're an idiot, but you do good work.
Shirou must have seen something in the foul-mouthed but candid Shinji. From then on, they became close friends who could often spend time together. Shinji could continue to make fun of Shirou. From the shadows, however, he could socially murder anyone who took advantage of Shirou, and often invited him over to the Mato house, acting more or less like a best. He was clingy!
Interesting.
Still, as players are well aware, he's a self-proclaimed genius with a difficult personality, so although he and Shirou have been friends for a number of years, he suddenly turns enemy for unclear reasons. Yandere Shinji. He's the archetype of a person who's helpful to have on your side, but becomes a very troublesome enemy. We plan to create a story branch when Shinji offers to team up with you in Saber's route, but we had to cut it out for lack of time. Oh, if that route, let's call it the Shinji route, had existed, you might have seen more of Shinji's redeeming qualities, but we seriously had our hands full, so please forgive us.
I was crying for a Shinji redemption early in Heaven's Feel, and I understand why I didn't get it, but my disappointment is very strong.
Do you hate how well that still works with trans Senji? Zoken Mato.
There's nothing here.
Bizarre Bug Gramps. Next. The scenario writer loves him. My typing speed palpably increases whenever he shows up. Always gotta have a creepy old guy in fantasy fiction. That's it. That's it.
That's all we get. That's all we get.
Magic. Miracle. Mystics of a different sort than magecraft and the final destination of mages. Magic is that which makes something that is impossible to achieve in the current era possible. Outcomes that can be produced with enough time and resources are not considered magic. When civilization was young, the majority of mages were magicians, but now only 5 remain, and of them only 4 are living. The user of the first magic is long deceased. 2 of the remaining 4 magicians are shrouded in mystery, while the other 2 are known to frequently appear and cause a commotion before leaving. They really are troublemakers. That is Aoko and fucking Selrich. I love this stuff, actually. Unused. Assets that were created but didn't end up using. They mostly consist of stunning character portraits. We didn't necessarily need to, but Fate was conceived with the idea to create near, mid, and far versions of all standing portraits. When the game was finished, the total number of standing portraits alone was 3,600. Of course, we didn't manage to use them all, and it could have resulted in 4 CDs worth of content, so we tearfully removed the unused art. Let's optimize this better next time, everyone. We'll shoot for a casual game that takes 2 hours per playthrough. Ajako Mitsusu. Oh my god, Ajako. A female student in Class 2A. Ajako is the captain of the Kyoto Club and a friend who is a bad influence on Rin and Shirou. She and Rin are mutually bad influences on each other, while she treats Shirou as a rival. She hasn't noticed that the three of them share a rather odd relationship. Ajako is even more sisterly than Rin, and she's seen as one of the 3 worst people to pick a fight with at Homurahara High School. It's easy to see her as headstrong and masculine, but she's rather feminine in her private life. One might think Ajako prefers to hide the gap between perception and reality, but she doesn't particularly care. Her bedroom is adorned with girly things, and she doesn't hesitate to invite Rin over. It isn't that Ajako isn't interested in romance, but she just prefers older guys. First Rin, now you. Does everyone have a father complex? Oh my god. Does everyone... Oh my god. We put more effort into Ajako's design to shore up the supporting cast, and it might not surprise you that her design was initially meant for Ryder. Interesting. Also interesting considering that there's a slight connection between Ryder and Ajako that is still pervasive in the actual VN. She gets attacked by her at least twice, and even as the Ren dream happens with Ajako, it's Ryder. That's curious. When Fate was in pre-production, the scenario writer, who was obsessed with a film called... no idea. Personally asked to make Ryder look more like that man in the black cowl. The suggestion was proposed as Mitsusuri's design, but it was too close to Medusa's image, so it was rejected. We still couldn't bear to send her to the monster graveyard, so I'm glad Ajako Mitsusuri was ultimately resurrected in some form. Thank goodness. In the Heavenfield movie, the woman Ryder feasts on is replaced by Ajako too. Yeah!
Based.
You're not allowed to say that she looks like Shigeru. More Karanoki Yokai stuff. Might be interested to know that Michan is just as peppy as ever after Rin's rout. Ryder was the servant who attacked her, and it's believed she cornered Ajako in an alley and slurped up her blood. Here's hoping she doesn't develop the weird kink.
God, wouldn't that be terrible? Can you imagine?
They just explicitly fucking say it, huh?
They know.
They know. Infinite Sword Creation. Unlimited Blade Works is treated as a novel phantasm, but to be exact, it is a form of magecraft called a reality marble. This reality marble contains the materials needed to make all swords. Any sword its user has seen can be easily replicated. However, replicated weapons are degraded by 1 rank. Defensive equipment can be replicated as well, but they require 2 to 3 times the magical energy of a usual projection. Once a piece of equipment has been replicated, it is registered in the reality marble and can be created with projection magecraft without activating the reality marble. Against most opponents, this novel phantasm is merely a somewhat troublesome ability, but it is the perfect countermeasure to the King of Heroes. Delusional Heartbeat. This novel phantasm is the cursed arm of the evil spirit Shaitan. It is specialized at cursing humans to death. Using an ether clamp, it creates a duplicate mirror entity of the target. When the fake is crushed, it resonates with the target, making it possible to inflict a lethal curse on the target without laying a finger on them. It is a roundabout method of murder, but well suited to assassination. Even if the target is protected by armor with a defensive value of 1000, Savanilla can crush the copy of the target's heart to deal direct damage within the armor. It is a novel phantasm that uses a stage magician's trick. Excalibur. Oh, we reached the end.
Oh.
The Sword of Light. It is not a man-made weapon, but a divine construct forged by the planet. Within the category of holy swords, it is the greatest noble phantasm. It is the ultimate fantasy, last phantasm, crystallized and tempered within the planet from the gathered wishes for how the world ought to be from all people on the Earth's surface. Excalibur was in the custody of elementals, who serve as the planet's sense of touch, but it was passed into the hands of a human king for a time. Its excessive fame as the symbol of King Arthur forces Saber to fight while concealing her sword's true nature. While this noble phantasm can be considered a synonym for Saber herself, she only uses it a few times. It was used thrice in Saber's route, once in Rin's route, and twice in Sakura's. Because it is so powerful, it cannot be recklessly used on the planet's surface. Excalibur's black and white clash with Ryder's Bellerophon can be described as the most splendid flower in all of Fate.
That's really pretty wording.
Yeah. Justice. The matriarch of the Einsburn 200 years ago, who became the cornerstone of the Greater Grail. Like Ilia, Justice did not possess a proper human body. She was a magic circuit born to serve as the reactor core of the Greater Grail. Ilia is the latest model of Einsburn homunculus, conceived between a mother based on the Justice pattern and a foreign mage. Justice is still contained in the core of the Greater Grail to this day. The circuit that tightly lines the crater surface is made from her expanded and propagated magic circuits, and nearly a kilometer in diameter. The Greater Grail's magic circuits are a microcosm composed of a single human body. That's so cool, actually. Hi, Ryder.
Hey, Raider.
The Cavalier Heroic Spirit. The servant type tends to possess high mobility and powerful noble phantasms. The rider in this story rides a Pegasus, making full use of its charging power in combat. Ryder herself is a unique heroic spirit, who possesses, perhaps, the greatest number of innate skills and noble phantasms among the servants. While Ryder is a woman of few words, she is hardly indifferent to her surroundings. In fact, she hides her tendency to overthink things behind a poker face. Her personality resembles Sakura's in some ways, but she has the disposition of a noble woman, while Sakura is a commoner. Her mannerisms and speech even give off an upper-class sternness.
She's a noble woman? Wow. Oh my gosh.
Ryder has a complex about her height and is embarrassed to show her mystic eyes, and might be a generally modest person. Before release, some people guessed that she might be assassin based on her appearance and weapons, but she turned out to be Ryder. We wanted to include a scene in Sakura's route where she fights alongside Saber, with whom she does not get along well, while trading grievances. Sadly, we had to shelve that idea. By the way, Ryder is responsible for the loot dream on day 5 of Sakura's route. She isn't a dead apostle, but she is vampiric. For her, the most efficient and delicious way to obtain magical energy is drinking blood.
Face. Very cool.
Lancer. The spear-wielding heroic spirit. The servant type is dependable, no frills class that prioritizes the highest agility as well as excellent close combat skills. Lancer's vulgar, brutish demeanor is a stark contrast to his righteous and amiable nature. God, I'm losing it.
I did, for the record, think that said Lancer's vulgar British demeanor, and I thought that was really funny.
He's a concrete example of the young man who is strong in body but gentle in spirit. His true identity is a great Celtic hero, Cuchulainn. If this Holy Grail took place outside of Japan, his renown would have been as brilliant as that of Heracles or King Arthur. As described in this story, Ku is a heroic spirit who excels at survival. He can return alive from any deadly battlefield, but it can only be said that he has poor luck this time. In legend, he's said to be a man roused by the cries of battle into a demonic dance. Ku also qualifies as a berserker, but in the end, Lancer suits him the best. His desire to fight for his life, and his desire is to fight for his life, and this was his prize for answering the summons, but his wish was never granted. This tragically unlucky servant embodies the irony of unfulfilled wishes. Dragon Tooth Warrior. Familiars created from dragon teeth. When the earth is sown with the teeth, the dragon's magical energy and the wisdom of the earth combine to produce disposable infantry. We created 3 different types of standing portraits, and they're all quite lovely. Tabletop RPG players will find them nostalgic. They're incredibly strong minions that can give level 5 adventurers a run for their money. I love this, actually. They are literally just an encounter from Tabletop. Come on.
They're such losers. It's so cute.
I love Nasu, actually, so much.
Nerds.
A male student in class 2Z and the student council president. He met and befriended Shirou 2 years ago. Issei had a stiff and joyless personality, but that doesn't mean he can't be accommodating. He's the youngest son of Rito Temple and apparently wants to be a monk when he grows up. According to him, his spiritual senses are weak. He takes a 2-hour commute to school every day like it's nothing. Monks who train in the mountains are strong walkers. Issei has known Rin for quite some time, and it's believed that his 2-year secret war with her is the cause of his misogyny. Rest in peace. But he does acknowledge Rin's human qualities, and that bothers him. Issei reveres Soichiro Kuzuki as his mentor, and spars with him on the weekends, holy shit! He probably could have joined the karate club if he hadn't become the student council president. His favorite food is Shirou's homemade lunches.
God.
The yaoi, though.
I need them to kiss.
Rito Temple. The mountain temple on the outskirts of Miyama. As its name suggests, Rito Temple is a nexus for ley lines. One can consider it to be the spiritual heart of Fujuki. A large cavern is beneath the temple. The pond behind the temple is ostensibly the summoning site of the Holy Grail. Following the cave-in and Sakura's route, it took several years after the epilogue to rebuild the temple. The primary reason for the cave's collapse wasn't Angry Minier's disappearance, but rather Rin's shooting spree. Impressive, Issei, for identifying Rin as a foe of the Buddha. You really ought to inherit the temple. Oh my fucking god.
That's so fucking funny.
Issei was fucking right.
Issei was right and has been the whole time.
Powerful dual magecraft passed down to Rin from her father. It once contained enough magical energy to revive a person from the brink of death. Rin used it all to save Shirou in the prologue. She might have seemed hesitant, but her mental seek time between seeing his body and acting was actually less than 1 second. She's a decisive woman. Once Shirou woke up, he pocketed the pendant in a daze and went home. See the main story to find out how the pendant made its way back into Rin's hands. I was a little worried that demo players might pick up on that right away.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah. Lubia Gelida Edelfeld. The heiress to the illustrious Edelfeld lineage of mages. She is a current candidate for the seat of a Lord of the Clock Tower. Lubia was a flawless woman blessed with graceful bearing, refined speech, and swan-like beauty. Until Rin Tosaka showed up, that is. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, but it's hard to say who flocked to hoof in this situation. One thing's for sure, these two are utterly similar to each other. Having unexpectedly met a rival in Rin, Luvia increasingly abandons her ladylike pretense in favor of violent conflict every time they meet. After a year, the mineralogy department has agreed on an unspoken consensus to never attend class where Tosaka and Edelfeld are competing. Like Rin, Lubia specializes in dual magecraft and is a master of the Gunter shot, befitting her Finnish sensibilities. She is not to be considered a Finnish role model. Elegant, a sore loser, and meticulous to a fault, it would be stranger if this perfect superwoman didn't butt heads with Rin. Despite treating her rival like the sky isn't big enough for two suns, Lubia's a delightful young lady who enjoys teasing Rin. She's cranky at having her perfect veneer stripped off after some 10-odd years of flawless conduct, but she finds her time with Rin to be fulfilling, so all's well that ends well. She bought an entire manor to live in, haughtily complaining that the student dorms were too cramped. I hate her so much. I need you to understand that there's an extra epilogue in the anime for Unlimited Blade Works, where you see Rin in the clock tower, and these two are having a fucking wrestling match.
God.
Ayas. The 7 rings cradling the burning heavens is the shield used by Ayas of the Trojan War, one of the greatest wars in Greek mythology. Ayas bore a bronze shield reinforced by 7 layers of oxhide, and used it to block a spear thrown by the Trojan hero Hector, who was said to be able to pierce any defense. The spear pierced 6 layers of hide and was stopped by the 7th, just like the fucking petals that stop Lancer's spear.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Afterward is its fame as a conceptual weapon with absolute defensive power against thrown weapons spread, and it was sublimated as a noble phantasm. Ayas is the only defensive armament that Archer is proficient with. At the end of Rin's route, the Ayas that protected Shirou during his incantation wasn't deployed by Shirou, but by Archer observing the battle from afar. Oh!
Interesting.
Archer fucking saved Shirou. Oh, so that is a fucking exalted ass name.
Yeah, it's exalted as hell.
Wild England. The small episode that unfolds on the night of the 10th day of Ren's route, if you choose Saber. This lighthearted anecdote gives us a glimpse into the length and depth of Saber's sinful relationship with food. Wait, we didn't see this one.
Did we not?
No, I don't think so. Let us avoid speculating whether their cooking was too wild or whether it was a problem of her personal tastes. Day 10 of Rin's route. Wait. That's important. That will be the last thing, because it's very late already. A moment. Day 10.
Would it not be easier to use the flowchart?
You're right. Meeting, Did we or did we not see this one? Give me a moment. It's just because she's depressed. Oh yeah, we have done this one. Yeah. I thought this meant that there was gonna be like an actual flashback to England and that we could see some, but no, it's just a conversation. Yeah, we know that the food there sucked. Never mind.
What a new groundbreaking criticism of England.
What a game.
My brain is boiling with fate information now. Bubbling like a stew.
The estrogen is boiling my brain. I unlocked all achievements! Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
She's so good.
She's so pretty. I like that the frills of the color of her outfit are like a crown on her neck.
I was literally just about to say something about that.
The final you're not immune to Saber.
I haven't been since it started. I've known it. That's so sweet.
What an incredible fucking game.
And that's it. That's all of the content, officially. Except the H scenes, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. Oh, I love it so much.
So cute.
Literally so fucking good. Saber Altar's visor is an inverted crowny. Ooh. Oh wow. The full fucking Unlimited Blade Works CG, wait.
That's
With the
cool. The gears in the sky really does it.
Yeah. Oh, it's so fucking cool. Oh, I love it so much. There's just pretty art in this goddamn game.
Can I get? Yeah, I was about to request Smug Archer.
Smarcher, if you will.
Smarcher, if you will. I will.
Do you have any final thoughts on Fate you could like to voice?
Oh gosh. I mean, this, not really. It's just reiterating my feelings that I've expressed before, that this game has changed my life. Like,
Yeah.
the way I enjoy fantasy and media, I feel like has been altered by the perspective Fate has given me. It is monumental in its quality. There is so much here, and like 95% of it is excellent. All the characters, the art, the designs, it is insane looking back and realizing we've gone through 3 entire routes that alone are amazing stories, and put next to each other are even fucking better. In conclusion, Fate is good, actually. Thank you. Perfectly summarized.
Fate is so good. It's generally one of the best pieces of media I have consumed.
And I guess if I had to leave any particular, like, last thought on the series, it's I'm so excited to see what comes next.
Yeah, baby. You've seen the origin point of Fate, and you have experienced Tsukihime. Now it's time to branch outward from there to everything else.
I've had the Mihoyo remake on my computer for several months. I just haven't started it yet, but now I have an actual reason.
And let me end this on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
If you notice the thumbnail, I didn't use the sunset because the thumbnail is an Avalon.
I didn't notice. Very clever. Very sneaky, Whack.
The thumbnail is this CG pose with the backdrop of Avalon. Because I knew what was coming with the last episode.
That's delightful.
That's gonna be a problem with Hollow Ataraxia.
This has been such a delight. I'm so glad that we did this.
Generally.
I know I've mentioned before, but just the fact that you just kind of offhandedly invited me to do this with you.
Yeah.
And it's just become such an important fucking, like, staple in my day.
It has been something. By the way, this is the remastered music, I just realized, right? We had been listening to the original tracks from the original VN. This is the real Tenua tracks. All of the music is remixed.
I'm so excited to go through it.
Very subtle because it's the same music after all, but there's some cool things in the remastered tracks. What is a song that could destroy us the most right now? Ending? No, that's not the ending. The ending is Sorrow. Fucking. Is it just called Sorrow? Sorrow, yeah. Oh, shut up. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no. This one will hit me more than ever present feeling, actually.
The music in this VN fucks so hard.
It's so incredibly good. Let's go back to the room at night and just keep this in the background going while we chat.
That sounds lovely.
Oh, it's so good too.
It's the exact right amount of sad and comforting, you know?
do you remember, like, I remember I think the first time we hear this one is when Saber cannot accept just simply being with Shirou and giving up on her own dreams and ideal. But like, she fucking wants to.
That's why it hurts so
It
bad.
hurts so good. Oh yeah, I've got uses a lot of the Fate Stay Night tracks. What an experience. It
What a
has been
perfect-
lovely.
What
And
a perfect experience.
and it's not even or only on Final Forage into Fate Stay Night either. Even varying the 8 scenes that we still have to do, I do want to see the anime and how they adapt the fights specifically and how things look and everything. And so much more. Like, Fate is extremely intertwined in that you start seeing, as you start getting into more parts of it, how it is their own stories, but there's this interconnected world underneath that just makes everything fit together. For example, in El Meloy, as I mentioned, we don't know exactly which timeline it is supposed to be, but Rin and Shirou are there. Older Rin and Shirou appear in El Meloy case files. Rin also, I think, appears in Strange Fake. Like they're just a part of the universe, and as things happen in different timelines, they will like interact with other stuff. And I think that's like, it's cool. Like, there is a like, fan service is always cool, but there's also this idea that this is the starting line for these characters too, right? And that is cool. There's so much more stuff that could happen from here, and so many more ways this exact same Holy Grail War could have gone.
I'm just excited to experience more of it with you specifically. Wow.
It truly is a Nasu verse. Not this. Not this. That's the ending music. No. Oh, this is the, sort of from his victory, Black Saber Mix remaster. Wait, sorry, one moment. I love. God, I love the music in this game so much, though. But yeah, no, for real, that was it. I was testing around, and I wanted to. Actually, can I put Dark Sakura's theme? One moment. No. 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 I know it's called All Evils in the World. Oh, there we go. That's All Evils in the World. Ah! Oh, if you minimize it, it stops. Okay, never mind. It's your favorite soundtrack of all time. That makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, and just like I was mentioning how this is not like, there's a whole interconnected universe with things going on and so many more stories that Nasu and Co have wanted to talk about and expose cool things about. So, just like it's not the end of Fate, it is the beginning. It is also not the end of this journey as us reading VNs and doing content together, right, Anya?
Absolutely not. I think you and I are destined to do this forever.
Generally, if I could assure you that I could do that forever with you, I would.
Likewise.
Hmm.
I'm really looking forward to this just continuing to be a staple. Streaming with you has been an absolute delight. Fate, even notwithstanding, just...
Yeah.
It's wonderful to be here, form for chat, talk with you. That's an excellent staple of my week.
Yeah. And so, maybe next week will be a break, maybe not, I can't tell you for sure, but I will look up how to get my hands on Holo Ataraxia, and as soon as I am certain that I can stream it, I will. On that note, I need to look when the 8 scenes will happen. Because I know it also has 8 scenes, and I don't think there's just a censor patch in that one. Oh, for Holo Ataraxia? Entirely in a side mode? Huh? They're not a part of the okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
They usually show you which scenes will be 8 scenes. Okay. No. I am exceedingly more reassured now. There's one spicy scene in the main game, but you will find out about that in your search. But it got a voice version there? Should be a toggle in whatever patch there is. But since it got a voice version, there should be a toggle in whatever patch there is. Okay. But you think there are rare jump scares? I will be on the lookout for those. Don't worry about it. And I'm sure you all will also prevent me from getting, nuked out of oblivion. Listen, worst comes to worst, I can use the YouTube editing tool to crop that bit out, and don't worry about it. I still think about the fact that I may get blindsided by a Saber, if you recall. I'm still Oh, never mind. I can talk to chat myself. Please, son. You should be going.
Yeah, it's quite late. I do have to recuse myself from the further discussion. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for having me. I'm very much looking forward to being further in and getting into this franchise with you on stream.
Love you, hon.
Love you too, Ak. I'll catch you later.
Bye-bye, hon.
Goodbye.
Theme of the Beast. Travel makers. This has been an experience and a half. Oh. I will also have a good one. I have enjoyed every single instant of all of this, and I can't wait to keep doing more. But yeah, I need to figure out how to do Holo Ataraxia, so I'll look into it next time. The shilling. I really do appreciate if any of you ends up subbing or liking or commenting, but it's really never something that needs to happen in the slightest, and it is 3 a.m. So I think I am going to just leave it at this. I could say something more. I could say a lot more about this game. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Tom. Shoutouts to Gil probably mauling at getting sliced by a faker using imitations of swords made for a king. Get dunked on Blondie. Okay, but did you... did you need to Gate of Babylon me? Was it necessary to Gate of Babylon me? I appreciate it severely. Thank you so much. And I'll get going now. And thank you for the headbutt as well. And just thank you all of you for being here. I realized that over half of the stream has been like us reading the cool like director's notes on the game, and yet you'll have been here. So I thank all of you. And as I was saying, I could say an infinite amount of things about. I could do unlimited rant works for this game, but you know what? I don't need to. Because as I mentioned, this is not an ending. It's a beginning. Anything we had to say, anything we can say, anything that has gone unsaid, which is little, by the way, it is little because we have been quite thorough on our feelings on this goddamn BN and how much we loved everything about it. But like, you know, it's gonna come back. We're going into Hollow Ataraxia, and even beyond Hollow Ataraxia, Fate Stay Night's presence is so pervasive. We are never going to shut up about this fucking VN. When Anya says that we're changed people, when she says that this has changed her life, we mean for the better, but we also mean for the worst. We have the hyperfixation brainworm now. Zogan has infiltrated. He's right there, and he won't let loose anymore. We're gonna keep talking about this forever. You didn't know these notes existed? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. As Anya seen the cursed alt timeline American Fate? Wait, you mean from that one series? What's the name? 16-bit Sensation? Or something like that? I don't think she has. Please, by all means, send it her way or send it my way so I can send it her way. And I will. Yeah, I may have actually shown it to her. I am not entirely sure. But for real, 3 AM, so I should be going here. Before I am pulled into the hyperfixation ramble, I need to go. Thank you all so much for being here, and I love all of you. I am so happy. I'm so happy we Gears of War is so good. I'm so happy to finally be done with this, and now we can experience the full breadth of everything Fate Stay Night related without worries. Don't think about the fact that there will be Hollow Ataraxia spoilers if we do that. Don't worry about it. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye!